Yeah.
Can I do like a question? Muslim. If you get me a lapel, maybe it has an XLR input, I can set it up over there.
Just came because of
Yeah.
Yo,
Hi, how are you?
good bro. How are you? Yo,
Do our rappels have
And we're here again.
sir?
I'm here again.
This guy.
Do you have a lapel with XLR out?
No. I don't think this guy stays alone.
Joe, how's the picture?
Check the other side, bro. That must be another
The camera back. The number they have.
So the standard is the same. You can't see.
Oh, let me first view it in the highest quality.
You have an XLR out.
So there is the Boya lapels you have. They have XLR out.
It's the boy.
You have the boy
This
now?
is Heinz.
Yeah, we were
We
in.
don't have boy.
You didn't carry Boya.
Why is that? I think it's with some other people. We have it though.
Because we've used your Boya lapels before.
The other one.
Uh,
Oh, they were nice.
No, you're getting let's stop. You guys have been saying, let me get the highest quality.
let's stop on it.
Yeah, I've been hearing this. Right, evaluate this one. Check down. Check.
Okay, let's go and try and listen again.
Hmm?
Let's go and try and listen again.
together by the students here. You are very much active in the organizing of this place. So we're going to hear from the guild president of the university, who, together with the fellow students, helped us organize this place. Julius, come forward.
Thank you, Olivia. All protocols observed. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Yes, I want to thank each and everyone for being here with us today. We are very pleased to be able to welcome you to this wonderful event. Today we gather here for Mental Health and Media Conference with professionals that will shed more light on their work impacts on their mental health. Personally, I am here to learn, and I do hope that this discussion really helps you guys. And quite excited for the panelists. We all usually see them on TV, but they're here with us today. And yeah, I hope you guys enjoy, and welcome once again. Thank you.
A round of applause, please. Thank you very much, Julius, and your team, for putting this together. We are going to be quite fast so we can get into the discussion to quite understand how our work as media practitioners impacts our mental health. We've all been hearing the mental health month. May has been the mental health month, but what are journalists doing to keep themselves safe and keep their mental health in check in line of their duty? We are going to have remarks from the man behind the whole event. Mindverse is the lead organizer of this event for having put together the first of its kind mental health and media conference. Haggai, we request you to come and speak to the audience before we can get into our very first panel. Please clap for him as he comes. He's the first to put organize such an event. I mean, every day we know the media is the fourth estate, so it plays a very crucial role in the society. But who has been looking out for the media? So we have to give it up to Haggai and his team for putting up the first of this kind conference. Thank you. Please take the podium.
Good morning, everyone. You're very happy. My name is Atuda Haggai. I work with Mindverse. Mindverse is a mental health consultancy firm. So we work with companies and organizations that employ big numbers of people to create mental health policies, systems that can help employees keep a healthy mind state at work, be productive both professionally and in their personal life. So this event came to mind because we figured out that the industries we work with, the media industry is one of the high risk in terms of mental health challenges related to work. But it's not the only industry, there are other industries, but we figured that media is one of those fraternities that hasn't been given the right tools and information in the sense of mental health wellness. So we figured out that organizing this event would avail that kind of information that is very important during the course of professional work. However, we also partnered with an education institution because you are the future professionals, so it puts in an advantage having this information and skills before joining the professional world. So that's why it's very important for students being here, and please learn from the professionals, both from the mental health expertise, but also the media fraternity. They are going to share their experiences relating to the theme of the event. So I wish everyone a good stay for the next few hours, and I hope you learn as much as you can. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Haggai, our host. We have videos, but there's a video we're supposed to play for us to understand what mental health is. But I think the team is still trying to put the video together. As they do that, let's talk about mental health, because anyway, that's why we're here. Our thing today is talk to someone, listen to everyone. When did you last talk to someone about anything? Doesn't have to be personal, but when did you last talk to someone? And if anyone came to you, I mean, are you ready to listen to them, offer them the audience that they need, and offer them the advice that they need? Are you ready? So today we are going to understand whether these media practitioners actually talk to. Do you talk to people when after a long day in the newsroom, after a long day in the field, after a long day in an event, we don't know what happens in those events in the field. Do you ever get time to sit down and share your experience, or talk about the challenges that you go through in the field, or do you just downplay it and find coping mechanisms in the newsrooms, in the offices, and just get away with it? But the more it piles on you, it's system control. I think the sound is that okay? Okay, I'm so sorry for that. Okay, so we are going to have a very first panel. No, I'm going to change the mic. Hello? Okay. We're going to have a very first panel that's featuring media practitioners. Some you know, some you may not know, but they're literally the godfathers of the media industry in Uganda. You cannot talk about the media industry in Uganda without talking about them. Yeah? We are honored to have Mr. Bart Kakoza. If you do not know Mr. Bart Kakoza, I do not know who you are. So our very first panelist is Mr. Bart Kakoza. Mr. Bart Kakoza has covered civil wars in Congo. He covered the genocide in Rwanda, and when we say genocide, we literally understand what he was facing every single day. Dead bodies, bullets, threats every single day. But that didn't stop him, from doing the work that he's doing. He currently runs a company, his own media company, and he contributes to international media houses. But also he produces some amazing work, and one that I know in the pipeline is about the Chibwetere incident in Kazungu. Mr. Bart, we're honored to have you. May you please get to the stage. A round of applause as he gets to the stage. Thank you very much. Okay, the second, we have the only lady on the panel. She's Mrs. Mabel Twezake. You've seen her, she works with ABS TV. Miss, sorry, I have given you away. Miss Mabel Twezake, she's a show host, a news anchor with ABS television. She anchors the weekend bulletin, NBS Live at 9, but also she hosts the People and Power show. The last time I watched the show, she had hosted Bart. So I'm glad to see them here. Both, they're going to talk to us about the work that they've been doing and how these stories that they listen to on People and Power, the life stories of the different people that you talk to, how do they affect you? How do they affect you mentally? And how do you cope up with, after listening to all these stories, do you, what kind of help do you get, or you just survive through? Miss Mabel, please take to the stage. Our third panelist today is photojournalist with 11 years of experience. He's my colleague. He works at the Daily Monitor. He's also a leader. He leads a few things in the journalism sector. So, Mr. Lubowa Abubaker, please take to the podium. He has covered most of the riots. At least you can talk about a riot and you miss Abubaker. I've seen a few pictures of him where he's interfacing with security. So I don't know how that goes there. So we hope to learn from you and see, after covering these stories, after going through, all these events that are usually chaotic, how you then go back home and take care of your mental health. Then we have the funniest man on the panel. You must have seen his skits on the internet. He likes to play Andrew Wenda and Miriam Matebe in some of his skits. We're honored to have him, Mr. Tusime Konan. He's a radio and TV host. He's also an events host. He does commentary on social issues, but he does commentary in a comic way. So I don't know if that's his coping mechanism. After understanding that the commodity prices are high and perhaps things are getting tight, so what he just does, he just decides to talk about these issues, but in a very funny way. Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Tumusile, for coming through. We have Mr. Horace Hudson. He's a TV director and producer. He's a passionate professional in the field of TV, film, creative, and digital media. He's a senior TV producer with over 12 years of working experience. He has worked as a studio associate, producer with Cloud Media, newscast director. He's a media consultant. He's so many things in there. Please welcome Mr. Hudson. These are the people who are always behind the scene. I mean, you get to see people on screen, but these are the people who do most of the work. Yeah. This way, in a student's environment, it would be really rude to go without listening to students. We need to understand how do you cope with the stress in school. Yeah. Lots of work piled up on you. You have a social life. But, you must excel and get out of this institution. So, on the panel, we're going to have Ms. Chirabo Michelle. She's the guild president of this very university and a student of journalism and communication. Please welcome Thank you very much, our panelists, first of all, for allowing me to speak on this panel today. Being the first of its kind, it's going to set the agenda for all the other kind of events. Yeah. So it's going to be conversational. We want to understand your personal stories, so we want to hear your personal stories in those fields, the work that you've done, how you've gone through it, what kind of help have you received, the media owners playing the role they need to play, or are we just coping through things, we're not getting the help that we need. I'm going to start with the first gentleman I called to the stage, Mr. Bakani. When someone hears the genocide, when someone hears a civil war, all I can imagine, if you say those words, are just bullets, threats, being a journalist, you're being threatened not to put certain things on air. So, kindly tell us your story. First of all, tell us, I could be speculating, you cover this event. How did you manage being mentally stable and waking up every day to do the same work and go back to the same field with the same periodic events that you cover the previous day. But you managed to go through and you're still standing.
Thank you very much. This is because the norm is supposed to be that when you touch a microphone, you get Ebola or COVID, I don't know, but it's cool. Anyway, just joking. I think I'm a very loud person and I get the stuff that I'm doing. So I think the man in the sound room control has done us an injustice by keeping the level very high. The first that he turns it down because journalists are supposed to be loud people and talk loud, and I believe that's a better level of. I believe everyone here that's correct. Thank you very much. When I was growing up, there was a man in our village who used to wear rags and move around, and they would put to him, and then they told me this person is mad. And my perception of mental health was actually madness, because people who walk around and camped here are supposed to be mad. So when I went to America one time, when I saw people with ragged hair, which people refer to as Bitcoin. What do you call this hair which is twisted? Dreads. So I asked one of my colleagues, I said, is that guy alright? He said, yes, he's alright. I said, but he has this, and camped hair, wash. I said, but that's the thing. I said, but in my country, who have those hair are supposed to be mad. So I said, no, he's alright. I said, okay. So I got right and said, people with dreads are supposed to be mad because that's what. So the societal conception of mental health has been there for a long time. People have been neglected, and the only mental health that the madness of the mental health that we knew when we were children are those guys who used to move around, eat from garbage, and that's the mental illness or mental instability that we have known over the years. So when I went to the US, I discovered that they are so passionate about taking care of mental health. I'll tell you one story. When I was asked to go and talk at the media forum at Atlanta University in Atlanta. And I told them my story of my escapades on battlefronts, Rwanda. And one gentleman, very prominent in America, happened to be in the audience. And he stood up and said, have you seen a doctor? I said, for what? He said, you need to see a doctor. I said, no, I don't see a doctor. He said, you must see a doctor because you've seen so many things. I said, well, I don't think I'm mental. He said, okay, I'm going to give you $10,000. Please make sure you go and see a doctor. I said, well, I was shocked because I was now getting $10,000 richer. I knew I was back pocketing. But to cut the long story short, when I left, before I left the hall, he said, make sure you see my secretary and the organized send you that money. I went, I saw the secretary, oh, no problem, we shall send you, we shall make arrangements. I took a plane, I went through London, I even shopped because I knew I was shopping, knowing that I was going to get money from, which was coming to $10,000. I arrived home. 1 week after, I got a call from the secretary. He said, we have figured out the way we are going to best utilize Mr. Ted Nana's donation to you. I said, what's that? He said, we have identified a doctor in Canada from Sunnybrook University who is going to come and treat you. I said, I don't need a doctor. He said, no. I said, but this is my money. They said, no, it's not your money. It's the money that is coming to help you. I said, but I don't need help. So anyway, at that time I was covering the war in South Sudan, so I went. Same week when I came back from South Sudan, they told me there was somebody at Sheraton waiting for me. I just ran at the airport and they said, somebody's waiting for you. I said, who is that? It's somebody from Canada. So I went, I phoned the professor. They said, oh, but because the people, CNN is so concerned about you, they have decided to send me here to talk to you. I said, talk to me about what? No, they promised come and talk. I said, okay. I looked at him, I said, you know, doctor, I'm not suffering from anything. I'm suffering from poverty. And if I got $10,000, I'll be so happy. I would be so sick. So I think the guy, I think must have said, this guy is finished. Now he must be. So anyway, so my money, so I was so bitter that the money which was supposed to be for me, this man. But that goes ahead to show how the world is getting concerned about. Whereas for us, we still look at this man running around on the street with red gloves, who are doing this from the carpet, and nobody cares about him. We look at him as mad, but he's not just mental and stuff. Need to go back to their background. When we go back to talk to address what that beautiful lady has just passed through the battlefront, the truth is that I covered the war in South Sudan, I covered the war in Congo, I covered the war in Rwanda. So, but I'm one person who is a rebel, and I don't like believing in stereotypes or beliefs. Everyone thought that I've been exposed to so many bad things like dead bodies or harassment, and they think I'm traumatized. I always refer to them, I say, no, I don't think I am. How about this person who lives in the community that has been shattered by the rebels and is still supposed to be? How about that young kid? Well, me, I'm privileged because I'm a journalist and people know me, but there is that person who needs care, who needs to be looked at. I know you all want to hear how I talk at the war, but I've been arguing with her when we were sitting here. I said, every human being must be empathetic. You must have that empathy that if you see somebody being killed, or if you see a dead body, it works on you. I know she tried to argue with me and said it works on us differently because we are all wired differently. And maybe I will tell you that I will go on the battlefront, see the fighting, see the bullets, see how people are dying. I come back for the last, maybe in the next 2 weeks, it would affect me. But then I would always make myself stronger. I say, what about the relatives of those people who died? What about the people who watch? What about the kids who look at that? So, I'm not here to dispute what science is saying, but I'm actually trying to be reasonable, try to actually put myself on the other side of the gun, sure that there are other people who suffer the same. I know you are all going to be journalists, but maybe journalists are privileged people. But also, if you are privileged, it doesn't warrant you to go with your head held high and step on people's heads and say, okay, I have known, so I should be given bread. But look at that person. During the genocide in Rwanda, people died. One of the most traumatizing moments was that we were in a field. Okay, if she had told me, I don't know whether some of you would look at that footage, because I thought I would come with it, but it would probably traumatize most of you. But that would have been another thing that would have been able to gauge your mental capacity to be able to be a journalist on the war front. One of those videos that we shot was standing on a building, and the genocide, I don't know whether you know the genocide, the people who are believed to have been hacking people. They came running after a woman and had cameras on top of the building, and they had bangers. So they hacked this person, and we filmed it, her being hacked, and she put up her hands and they cut them until they cut her. It's out the video. I don't know, I want to traumatize with that, but it was one of the most horrific things that I've seen that traumatized me. But it worked on me, but that was an event that sparked us as reporters who are in the war front to say, let's flout journalistic norms of don't show graphic pictures, because the world is not going to understand what's happening in Rwanda. So we all agreed and said we have flouted them, we are going to show them. And that's how the world came to understand what was going on. If we had stuck to journalistic norms and saying don't show this, probably the world wouldn't have known what happened in Rwanda. So, mental health again, I handled it differently, my other friend handled it differently, our foreign correspondent friends probably were more people to go back and see rings. But if you want to know is that every time you see that, it works on you. There is nobody that callous that would not be affected by such kind of horrific thing. He was asking about what he wanted to know about the frustration that you get if you came with a story and you want to show it and that works on your brain. Well, of course, if you are going to work for a media organization and that media organization is inclined to specific policies, then they are not going to run your story. And that can really stigmatize you because the end goal of the journalist is have your story published. I hear people here in these days, I'm sorry, I'm not saying that everybody does it, but it's the norm that you get some money and that you fight to make sure the story goes to that money and things like that. Let me tell you, I've practiced journalism for the last 30 years, but nobody has ever bribed me. I've never taken a bribe of somebody or killed a story, never. And I can still stand and I stay and I still do it and nobody will ever bribed me. So if we have that as a principle, we should be able to change journalism. Journalism has been infiltrated by that vice and that vice must stop. But let's go back and talk about again mental health. The fact that your story has been frustrated would also work on you mentally because it will frustrate you. So how do you handle it? You handle it differently. Me, I handled it differently. I decided to quit the job I was doing and became independent because I wanted to be my own boss. And now I am able to write my story and publish it. Not everyone can do that. I don't want to go on talking because I know other people, and so I will pass over to one of the senior people in the media, probably talk about. I don't know whether I'm the one supposed to, but
No, you see from what you say, that's being the producer, I would wonder if, let's say 30 years ago, Bart came to you, he's telling you what was in the field yesterday, the events, he's seen someone being butchered, and he thinks he cannot go back to the field. And you're the producer, you're the editor, you're the assignment officer, you tell him, please go back. I want to understand from you as producers, what do you think producers can do to amplify the mental health issue in the newsroom? Because they interface with these people every day. If you assign someone every day, you see the changes. Like he said, it will affect you and then you'll see. So as producers, have you anyway interfaced something like that where someone comes and tells you, today I don't have the energy to go and do that because of what happened yesterday? And how can these producers and people be in charge of assignments help amplify some of these issues, especially to the media owners?
Thank you so much. I'm Katson Norris once again. Answering that question, of course, having worked in the newsroom, you want your soldier, you want a bad composer as a news editor or producer on duty. You want a bad composer. So thank you again, Bada, for preparing something like this on mental health and also for media. So I wouldn't lie to you that as let's say editors or producers, we've had mechanisms of coping with mental health or such a situation. So it's a discussion right now, and it's something that we have started talking about recently. But to tell you, if I was the editor, I would want, of course, in the newsroom, I would want someone who we call courageous, someone who identifies the soldiers. Oh, where's the riot? Where's the bad things happening? You care more about the story running than the other person's mental health. So, as a news editor, you always want someone you think they are brave to send to the front line and come back and bring the story. So it's something we need to start talking about. It's you can of course have a personal one-on-one advice, but as media agencies, we haven't started really looking into this matter.
I hope this conference is going to be the kickstart of some of these discussions. But as someone who just the producer is like the last person who sees what goes on air. How every time you go through these stories, you go through these videos, how has this on a daily basis? I mean, you're going to interact with different stories. That might be personal stories, and someone's personal story touches you and you're affected in a certain way. We want to understand how have you been coping up, you as the producer?
Honestly, all we do is go back home, traumatized, find a way to cope up and go back tomorrow. It's more like a war, and go back tomorrow and publish a story. But, you know, like covering riots and things like that, you see really, really bad things. For example, I personally remember seeing a woman being beat up by police. A lady, she was a vendor, and she was my mom, really. I was looking at my mom, and my mom, you know, I had this whole picture of like my mom being smart, you know, beaten up by this policeman, and while the story was running on TV, I was crying. And I went back home. The next day I came back and was like, that story was really, really nice. Who are we sending next to go and cover such stories? So yeah, it's a conversation, and this is one of the very first steps to take, the awareness, and then now we're going to look into how can we have more of these conversations, conferences, workshops to cover these things and bring it to our attention. But again, it's very, very new. Yeah, thank you.
So I guess you see things that are considered nice in the newsroom. Someone was beaten, she's crying. That's a nice story, yeah? Because it evokes emotions. People maybe relate to it. So these are some of the things that these people interface with every day. But Mabel listens to personal stories every day. On your show, People and Power, you listen to these personal stories, people's life stories. I mean, sometimes it's grace to grace, others it's grace to grace. So have you found yourself, you know, where after a story, you go back home, you're traumatized, you're stressed, let's say, because in the newsroom we like to call it stress. We don't recognize it as trauma, so we like to call it stress. You're stressed and you find yourself transferring this stress from work, and you're exerting it on the people at home. You know, how do you deal with these stories that you do every day and going back to your people, not transpiring the kind of negative energy from whatever story you covered, from whatever story you listened to the people at home?
Thank you so much. So the real way to get to how these stories affect you and how you actually deal with them and your family. People in Power is just probably about 7 years old. I've been in media for, it's coming to 15 years. I started out probably like some of you because we've been told we're speaking to journalism class who are aspiring to actually join the media, but we also understand that times you don't actually need to come from the journalism class to join the media. There's a point where he called me senior and I felt so humbled. Yet, Olivia called him our godfather. Yes, you are. So we go back to, there's a point where you mentioned that there are those that have actually infiltrated the media. Some have come from, they haven't actually come from journalism class, but you can actually become a journalist either by nature or nature, right? So I want to start at a point where journalism for you might actually be a dream. Yeah? But it depends on how you understand this practice, how much you've actually read about this practice, and how much knowledge you actually know about journalism as a practice, because it will inform you on what you want to achieve with this field, which is supposed to fulfill some of your dreams. So for me, it started from as simple as between the age 5 and 10, so I always wondered about people that told people stories, whether necessarily people's stories or whether it was an event happening in the country, and I would see someone's byline. I used to read New Vision a lot, especially Children's Vision. I would read stories, ones that were written by the likes of Barbara Paiger at the time, before she was actually at the helm of New Vision. So I always saw myself having that byline in the New Vision. And over the years, I actually did. I was in the New Vision for a while. And I always saw myself as a TV presenter, a news anchor, a TV producer. You know, you see yourself in that light. So you do a lot of research about this field which you're actually interested in. At least that is my story. For me today, even as I teach, I'm a lecturer, I notice that my first question to students is usually, why mass communication? And you get disappointed when a student says, because I want to be a celebrity. So, a person who joins the journalism practice and they want to become a celebrity, trust me, when they get into this industry or the practice itself, they are bound to face what we are calling today mental health. Am I lying? Because oftentimes you realize that the practice, whether it's nurtured through experiences, it has limitations on how far you're going to follow a story. You're supposed to deliver a story. Journalism principles or even ethics, even if you work for a specific house, it has limitations on how far you're going to take that story. So oftentimes, the reality in how you're going to experience mental health is actually having the internal struggles of how you're actually doing these stories. So whether it was the story I covered with the New Vision, or a story I was actually writing, right now I have a column with the Nile Post, it's called Bits of Me and You, or whether it's the stories I listen, when I interview our good fathers in the industry, when you listen to these stories and what people are going through as a journalist, you identify simply a source. Yeah? I think you've had these lectures with your lecturers. You need a source so that you arrive at the content for you to start a narrative, right? But you go to the field, you've actually angled on how you're going to follow up this story, who you identify the people you're actually going to interview for this story. And by the time you leave the station, they're simply sources. But by the time you're done doing the interview, they are actually victims. So when you listen to their stories, oftentimes you interface with the mental state by wanting to do more. Where you feel, how can I help? Can I that is where at times you realize that as a journalist, the limitations are do a story that is supposed to be the end of it. But then at times you might find yourself calling back a source to find out if they are okay. But is it allowed?
Well, there is, in journalism, there is what we call distancing yourself from being part of the story. So if you, well, she has been talking about mental health, but the fact that you get to this level and get traumatized by what you've seen, and you want this, your story skewed towards being sympathetic or maybe the other side, then you are gliding away from journalistic. But,
like Olivia said, it's a conversation. So we can as always link to each other, right? So you're supposed to distance yourself from the story, but then at times you find that you want to know more. Or at times, even when you return to the station, you might actually want to do a follow-up to the story you covered yesterday, but tensions are, even with Victoria Police, what we covered with that story is actually enough to the next story. So those internal struggles, and things you realize that is why most journalists have become, have actually exposed into advocacy. Yeah, they have charity foundations. Others have actually gone beyond to, set up so many advocacy funds. Others have done so many things in the advocacy world. Bad nation, but prohibited because there are at times orders from above. When you have a dream of, for example, certain kind of content or certain stories that you might want to anchor a certain way, you bring this story into the newsroom and it's actually not rejected. I can't say rejected. Because there might be those limitations which we talked about in terms of the sponsors. Who are the sponsors for this particular media house? So you're doing this particular story, but it's kind of connected to a sponsor. So editorial says a call from above comes in and they tell you that story can't actually run, but you put everything in that story. So how are you affected by that? Whether you're a war journalist or whether you're dealing with the daily stories that happen or the internal struggles within the newsroom actually exist from the onset. And your very first interface with mental health is when you start personifying mental health through the stories that you are covering of other people. So I'll relate to Matt Kapoza because when I was hosting him, he was telling me about the stories in the helicopter and how it was actually crashing and how the pilot who was driving got injured, and they're in the helicopter with another war correspondent, and the helicopter is in autopilot. If you read my bits of Me and You, it's actually the anecdote that I actually started with. So when I was listening to him, I posed the question on mental health, if he was affected in any way, and he said no. I looked at him as if he was crazy. Yeah? Even as a journalist or practicing journalist, and I was having a conversation with Abu, who you're going to listen to because it's covered riots. Right now, as journalists today, you actually have this information that is on Google. You can ask Mr. Google, you can go to YouTube and watch these stories and prepare your mind. Because for Abu, they're strong-headed for them to actually be able to cover war, or even journalists that cover investigative stories. Why he said he wasn't affected by the genocide in Rwanda, when I listened to Shira Kamara's story, who was also a war correspondent in Rwanda, she said for years she could not eat fish.
The fish thing, me, I said, okay, maybe that's the mental instability. I said I'm going to eat fish, even when I've seen the fish that I've eaten people's bodies, dead bodies. I decided to come a robot, I stopped eating meat, and I started eating fish. So I eat fish. But there is something I want to also say about You are living in a generation where, the digital generation where you can be very independent. In our days, what is referring to as you have one outlet, which is where you have done a story, but your story is being frustrated by the administrative issues because they have got sponsors. You still have a wealth of platforms that you can have your story. If they can't publish it here, you still can satisfy your mental health by publishing it somewhere.
So, if I reference to another good father in the industry who is now in politics, that is Honorable Ibrahim Semujumanda. Listening to his story, remember where we mentioned that, what are your limitations? Because as you're working on these stories, Gona as a journalist, as you keep listening to these narratives from people, whether they're political events, so let's say current affairs, whether it's on the environment, you realize that your human side kicks in immediately because it is a roller coaster of emotions. So the moment your human side kicks in, then that is when you start conflicting with how can I help? What can I do? For example, right now it's the challenging economic times and they're doing all these stories day by day and probably realize government is not actually doing something tangible. Listening to Honorable Ibrahim Semujumanda, and they said at a certain point, it was like, no, have to join politics. So you follow, like, all of us are affected in a certain way by the stories we cover. So all the time you need to ask yourself, what are the limitations? If you know the modalities within the journalism practice, then it prepares you very well. And I'll go back to what they were asking the producer. Do we have, for example, our newsrooms, are they well equipped? Do we have probably counselors available? Do we have therapists available who you can actually talk to? For me, I'll go with the theme, which is talk to someone, listen to everyone. I think that is what symbolizes our newsrooms today, because you only realize that you identify people in the newsroom, probably who you can download whatever you're going through, and they actually listen to you. You just need to identify a specific person, because, like Bart was mentioning, this is a phenomenon that needs to be introduced within the media fraternity or partnerships with media practitioners for that to be available, because also other media practitioners involve the universities, right? For example, I'll ask here at Victoria University, you guys that are studying journalism at Macquarie Journalism and Communication, is there any course or short course that is related to mental health that is actually conducted, that is linked to the journalism course, that will prepare you for what kind of stories you're going to actually find in the field? You realize that there's nothing like that. Yet at times, because there are media practitioners, those departments in different universities, and I think if they actually introduced a short course, it would help to prepare journalists for what they're to find in the field. Others are joining for the wrong field, and that is why we realize that it would be so easy for a journalist to take a bribe. Only a journalist who doesn't know the principles of ethics would actually receive a bribe to either kill a story or actually to publish a story because you've actually been paid to do so. The conversation on the law payment is another debate.
We're going to get to that because I had a conversation with Lubowa earlier, and we're talking about how law payment is actually a very big source of all these mental challenges. Yeah, but enough of the field and riots and the civil wars. I want to get to Ms. Musini. Social media, digital platforms are now big sources of mental challenges.
You post something, someone just comes and abuses you. They do not understand where your skit is coming from and what you intend to put forward. They don't bother to listen to what you're talking about. They'll just come and abuse. And I believe you've interfaced some of those things. And some of the skits that you post can be Facebook, can be Twitter. People like to call them trolls, but when it comes to media personalities, it's actually intentional. Would like to understand from you, how have you kept yourself safe from, being affected by what happens on social media, and have you reached to the extreme where someone says something and it actually bothers you, and have you sought for help?
Oh yeah, thank you so much. Actually been doing that work on social media, maybe also my going into radio and television is rather recent. I started when I was an editor, an editor in the newsroom at Record TV sometime back. So me, I'm not like Bat, who has been in the war, where you're jumping over grenades. You know, I've mostly been on the desk and in studio, and I prefer it that way, you know. Yeah, it's a bit safer, right? So after doing that, I have a history in entertainment, in comedy. So I was able to pitch to my boss at the time, and I'm like, what if we were to get a satirical analysis of the affairs that are always going through, that are always in headlines. That's how I started doing a satirical show on TV. So that came in years later, right? Now, how is it related to mental health and the mental health decline? Surprisingly, I find that our generation, we are so different from the generation of back. Because you realize when he was talking, he was making the point that he couldn't even show us some videos because he has some videos which are gruesome. And you can see that comes from a place of protection. Now, on the other hand, I feel like for us, we sort of prey on that. Like, we want to maximize chaos in public because that's how we stand up. I'm sure most of you will just see, remember when the late Ariana was shot by journalistic principles and practices, at least to put the pictures in black and white. But now everybody has a platform, and the more gruesome the pictures, the more provocative the statement, the more the followers, the more the likes. So I feel that for us, actually, one of the worst things in our generation is that we actually take advantage of mental decline. Like, we like it when people are stressed, when they are triggered. And this even includes journalists. I'm sure some of you know some journalists on Twitter who wake up to start violence. We call it violence these days, right? How can you post an annoying tweet at 6 a.m.? Who did you fight with? 6 a.m. And then they start fighting because that's what makes people interested. People like to be provoked. And also, we are living in a generation where people suffer from attention deficit. You can see people like to jump, So if you're writing something, I'm sure some of you have seen headlines, and you're like, the headline is manipulated and twisted to exaggerate the story, So when you read it, you're like, okay, what has happened, And then when you go to read the story, you're like, yeah, but this is not so much of a big deal like they are saying it. And I think that's one of the biggest challenges that people that are going to do journalism are going to face. Because way back, there were like gatekeepers where you find, because again, when you think about it, the work of a journalist, for you to be a celebrated journalist, it ends up in broadcast, having a platform where your work is put out, whether it's television, whether it's radio, whether it is in the newspapers. But then now, with social media and the fast spread of information, everybody is a broadcaster in a way. As long as you have over 100,000 followers, you find that even someone who's not a journalist, they put out something, it is believed, like people just believe it. So I feel that is one of the biggest challenges that people are going to face. When it comes to feedback, surprisingly, me, the feedback that I've gotten hasn't even. But from people, I think people take it lightly whenever they know that you're doing satire. They are like, the problem is the big shots. I've gotten a few emails from some big shots, and there has been someone, I had some, I'm not going to say this again. And then I was listening. But they will, somebody else, they would say, no, you cannot say that, you cannot do that. Even when you would think that maybe if you're doing satire, you would easily get away with it, you can't. You say something and somebody traps somebody off the wrong way. So I think at the end of the day, it comes to how brave you are. Because you will have to be faced with choosing to stick to ethics and sort of joining the bandwagon of what sells. Yeah, I think that is a very big challenge right now. Because you're going to finish journalism school and you're not known by many people. And then you start, the day you put out something that is exaggerated or distorted, people pay attention. Because sometimes the truth is not that attractive. So the day when you twist things or you exaggerate what you're saying or you flavor it and you sell half truth, half lie, you're walking that line, people come and they're like, oh my God, give us more. And now you're faced with a real big decision to make. Do you keep on lying and become famous? Or do you keep truthful and it takes more time? Sometimes you find that if you're a person that is doing investigative journalism, for you to get a hit piece, or for you to get a story that actually stands out, or get a major headline, sometimes it can come even in 5 years, 10 years. But if you like social media, instantly, you start your account today and tomorrow you're the top of town, you're trending number one, your YouTube channel. Have you seen this, what we call clickbait? President abused Bobby, then they put Bob Wine wanting to fight him, they put the president pointing at him. And then somehow it gets a lot of traction. Yet if you really wrote the story the way it unfolded, then people wouldn't have paid attention. So I feel that is going to be a very big challenge when it comes to mental, the state of the mental health of the community and the media practitioners. Because it is so easy and very tempting to utilize that which provokes people, which stresses people, because they respond to that. People tend to respond to negativity more than anything else. So I think that's also what I have come to learn. Even if I'm doing like my skits, even if I'm doing my sketches, or even if I'm doing whatever I'm doing, but I think it's easy, I find it so easy if you're provocative, like if you try to just do what is cheap and can get publicity and popularity, I think you have to stay true to yourself and maybe think a little bit harder on how you can get the actual truth and you tell it in a way that can sell.
Okay, that's well elaborated. A round of applause for him. When you talk about people being violent on social, I find that I tend to say that this profession is a lonely road. It's a bit lonely because it's a bit consuming. But once you start and you get in there, it will consume most of your time, yeah, and it ends up being lonely. You lose friends. You can't keep in touch with family sometimes. So sometimes social media is like now another coping mechanism for journalists. So they'll just come and say anything. They will not even think through what they are saying. But I feel like now we are our own causes of some of these mental health issues, and if we do not check it, then there is an issue. I want to go to Lubowa. Lubowa has covered literally most of the riots, at least from the time I started covering different stories. When I'm told you're going to cover riots, I'm like, no. But when I know Lubowa is there, I feel like I have a shield. You get? Because he kind of, I don't know, he interfaces with security, he speaks up, like, oh, how are you going to, this guy has a gun, normally have a camera, yeah? So when he says provocative, I know we are very provocative. But I want to understand from him, every day, all the days you've covered these stories, have you reached out for help? Have you sought for help in a mental health facility or talk to a therapist? Have you reached a point where you need to talk to a therapist? And in the newsroom, do I know you're a leader? What are some of the triggers that you see your fellow journalists presenting, and you know that there is actually an issue? They may not tell that there is an issue, but as a leader, as someone who has covered some of these events, you've probably gone through these things.
and you reach out to them and talk to them. So basically the triggers and whether you've reached a point where you need help or sought help and talk to someone.
Well, thank you. My first time to the counselor was after the fire that, if you remember the petrol fire along the Northern Bypass. When people were running away from the petrol fire, there is a lady whom I later learned that was selling roasted maize along the Northern Bypass. When she saw people trying to get petrol from the car, she also got a jerry can and came to get some fuel because the price of fuel is more than the sack of maize that she was selling. By the time I reached, I saw dead bodies floating in a channel of water. And when they were pulling out that lady, I saw a baby had popped out of her stomach. She was a pregnant mother. So something came to my mind, and I was like, what if this was my mother? I looked at the lady, the baby had popped out, the baby had been burnt, the whole body was black. So police was laying down bodies in a line, and the list I counted was like 10 that night, but they will tell you that they had taken over more than 10 to Mulago. So after that story, I took pictures that night. I don't live far away from the Northern Bypass. I went back home. By then, I was still living alone. I slept, and they called me in the morning. We need to follow up, we need a follow-up of what is happening. The police is there. I told the editor I might not be able to go back because today is my day off. But I was lying because of what I had seen last night. But then the editor insisted, and he was like, you covered the story. Just try to finish your story. And, but somehow it helped me. When I went back, it helped me. Because after seeing the place where the dead bodies were laid last night, it was now clear. I looked at where everything happened. I looked at the vehicle. I looked at some of other vehicles that had burnt, the motorcycles, and I was like second. But then after I think that was on a Sunday, the car burnt on the Saturday night. Now, on a Monday, the president was going to go to that place. But the more I went back to that place, the more I cleared my mind that image of a mother whose baby had popped out of the stomach after she had. But when I was sent to the ward where they had admitted some of these people, but the stench that was coming out, what was at the mortuary, the stench, like I was talking to Mabel before, you cover a story and after you're like, I'm not eating meat again. The Rwanda story, I'm not eating fish again, except for Bats who insisted on eating fish. But there are stories you cover and they will stick to your head, they will stick to your mind. Lucky enough, and I think it's a few newsrooms that have counselors who come and talk to the journalists there. They offer free services, and there are actually some counselors, when you cover such stories, who call you and they're like, do you need counseling services? So it's about you to either accept or refuse. But then, to cover stories, I was in Kasese during the attack of the Paris in Kasese. Actually, that was my first time to wear a mask, a face mask. Because this coming from the mortuary would travel the whole town. Whenever wind blew like this, or whenever wind blew on the left or right, the whole town would be filled with the stench that was coming from the mortuary. So you could feel the trauma whenever you were walking on the streets, the fear. When I was filing in the evening, and at the hotel that we were staying, one of the attendants told me, I don't think you're safe there. Because, you know, these people have bows and the arrows and what, the machetes. Someone might aim from the road and kill you. So the kind of situation that we operate from at times traumatizes us. And if you don't get a counselor, you might end up, you've seen people killing themselves. You've seen people leaving journalism for other fields, people going into public relations. There's no stress that side. The only stress you have is seeing your product grow as a public relations. It's only defending the bad things that your company is doing. These are journalism students. The best thing you can do before you join public relations is being a journalist. Because first test what you're going to defend. So mentally, you know what you're talking about. You know that you deny the fact. You don't know the extent at which you are affecting the people who are listening to you or who are reading what you posted. Like he said at 6 a.m. someone starts violence. You don't know how many people you're hurting as a journalist. Someone has lost a relative, and then you can post an old video of what that person said some time back. You don't know the effect of that video. But then, one of the things that I normally encourage my brothers and sisters in the field to do is always be protective of yourself. Don't let yourself to be taken up by events. One day I was covering a story of a father who had abandoned the family. Then the mother also found another man and they abandoned the family. So the older girl was crippled. And the best way she could move was crawling. I remember I covered that story with Solomon Kawesa because he was doing it for TV and we were doing it for the paper. We were so touched that a brother who was in primary was taking care of the family. Like the story never said, you get taken up. Some of us even reach that extent of, you reach that extent of saying, okay, I have 20,000, at least let me make this. So that, in most of the cases, that normally happens. Even the little that you have, because you've been taken up by the story, you leave it to the people. Also, in the field that I'm in, there are so many things that happen. You know, when you have a video camera and a photo camera, these are two devices. For the video camera, you can even hold it from down here and then you record the video. But for the photo camera, you have to lift it to your eye. And whenever someone sees the camera on your eye, they know that this one is taking a picture. So they normally target people doing photography because some of the security people you see there, I don't know how these machines operate. I normally see them when I go to State House. They tell you they are going to check the cameras, but then you still tell you switch on your camera. But what are you checking that you even don't know? So when they see you lifting a camera, they know, okay, this is the person taking our pictures, because at times they have profiled these people. So when you take their pictures, they target you. I've been a target of security operatives. One time I was driving, going back home. I had a funny noise that was coming from my car. I first didn't give it attention. I thought whether it might be a fault that has happened. Then I will go to the mechanic the next day. But this thing kept on increasing and increasing, only to find out that someone had tampered with my tire and it was almost falling off. So when such things happen to you, some people normally will run away. They will say, I'm not losing a life because of journalism. But I think talking to people, one of the ways of fighting mental health is talking to people. When you talk to so many people, when you listen to stories of seniors like Bart, it will always give you courage. When you talk to such people, you know what to do. Listen to a lot of people. Personally, what I do is if I want to wash away the stress, I go to comedy. I always talk to my wife about things that have happened. When I was still alone, I remember I covered the riots in Kasokoso. How many of you know Kasokoso? I think it's just a few of you. It's a place in Chinawataka, that side. People were fighting over land. These are guys who are living in the, can I call it a valley? There are stone quarries that side. These are people who could throw stones from morning to afternoon. You even reach an extent of saying, I think I've covered enough, I need to go back to office, but you have nowhere to pass. Guys could throw stones. We reached an extent where police had run out of tear gas, and the commander was like, how many of you have AKs? He told them, come and stand here. So you are now at last resort. So they started just scaring away guys as they were calling for help. And in journalism, you have, because the safest means of protecting yourself is being where the security agencies are. Because there's, at least for the stone, you can be treated, you can lose an eye, yes, fine, but you won't die. But if it's a bullet, if you are on the side of the rioters, when the security shoots, you might be caught up by a bullet. So we had to deal with the security who had run out of tear gas, and these people would only at least somehow fear tear gas. So we had to stay with the police and endure with the stones. They throw a stone, you take cover, you run. Actually, there's a day they welcomed me with a stone. I was stoned. So when I went back, I covered Kasokoso like for a full week. So when I went back home, you know when you are exhausted, tired, I went back home and I sat down. So I dozed off. But what I could see in my mind were stones coming towards me. And I woke up and shouted, remember, I was alone in the house, but no one could ask me what is happening. But you know, when you're sleeping and you see stones coming to your head, so that's what normally happens. But one of the things is taking a break. You can take a break and then someone always covers. When you're new to the newsroom, don't force things. There's that tendency of people forcing things. I've seen people I also want to go to the rights. First know the dynamics. How do you survive in such situations? Let newsrooms come out and start training people. I'm lucky that I've received training from different organizations. Currently I work with Reuters. They normally train us, and I benefit from both Monitor and Reuters, because they give you training how you can survive in harsh conditions. But they are journalists who are in this field. They have never received any training. They are covering harsh stories. They don't know how to deal with people who are following you. There's a time I used to go back home, and when I sit on a border, the first thing I tell a border guy is, I'm going, let me say I'm staying in Nassau, so I will tell the border guy, I'm going to Kasuri. So the border guy takes you up to Kasuri, and you tell the guy, stop there. You pay him for that money for putting you in Kasuri. Then you get another border, but because you don't trust the person who took you first. That's how mentally things start rising up. You also tell someone, there's a time I sat on a border, I told the guy I was going to Nansana. Yet I wasn't going to Nansana. The guy reached the northern bypass, I told him stop. He stopped, I paid him, he went back. I jumped on the border. So this guy was a bit faster. And we bypassed the guy who had taken me, and I was like, man, what are you doing? Just slow it a bit down. Because you don't trust people who are, because of course I don't trust the border guys, because I've seen what they can do, and I've seen them doing things. I've seen a border guy with a pistol, not one or two. I've sat on a border and I had a radio call from a border rider. Then you're like, so what kind of border am I seated on? So there are so many things that happen, but the way you handle these things matters. Talk to so many people. If you have a problem, if it's something you think that is disorganizing you as a person, talk to so many people that you can. Try to read, because the internet is full of these things. Read about what is disorganizing you. Just like some people don't go to hospitals, they just read about what kind of medicine do I need. Okay? Do you want me tablets? You just go to the internet and read about what medicine can work. So talk to so many people, talk to colleagues, listen to these people. And in so doing, at least you'll find that you're coping up with your mental. Thank you.
A round of applause for him. I think from the time we started, if I were a journalism student, I would be thinking otherwise, whether I still need to be in this class, really. Because I remember when I was at school, I was never prepared for all these things. I graduated last year, but I was lucky to start working when I was in my first year. So first year, you at campus, you don't understand how things work, you just bump into things. So we were never prepared from school. And I'd like to hear from the student, kindly pass on the microphone. You've heard all these stories, the bullets, the butchering of people, the bullying on social media, and you're a student, and this is the profession that you chose to study, it's the profession that you love most. I would like to understand from you as students, first of all, what have you learned from the media professionals? And as students, how do you think you can be best prepared to handle what you heard. Shall be precise as much as possible. Thank you. Thank you. So, I have thought a lot. And thank you for sharing the experience with that. I think some of the things I have learned today that journalism is not for showbiz. If I could put it that way. There's something Mary said. She said, if you're a journalism student and your aim is to be a celebrity, you're in the wrong class, really. Because, you're in this class and you're eventually going to graduate and then face bullets, as you say, jump over grenades, as Tumusine said, then you're misplaced. There's something Tumusine said that I'd like to pick on, and that's about people who, troll you, social media trolls and the comments that get towards you. I'm an I was not told that real presidents come with such things. There are times when you see messages from students and some really hurt, But I want you to know that this is for everyone, whether it is journalism, business, or anything. I want you to remember there's a trick I have now that whoever says something negative about you, remember the person behind that keyboard is facing things. They are battling issues. Yeah? So even as they come at you as a journalism practitioner, someone like Kate Hudson, the producer, if they come at you as a news anchor, one time you're going, there's this news anchor I know, Kanari Mugume. There's a time when I was on his social media platform, on his Instagram, and people were on his case. Someone was saying he said, I'm 27, I think, at the time when he was celebrating 27, and someone said, you're lying, you're not 27. You didn't give birth to me, So it's a thing of know who you are. Whether you're a leader, a student in life, a lecturer, know who you are. It's the things that define you and what you accept to define you. I am a strong believer in God. I believe in God very much, and some of the things I know is that He says very many things about me. I'm a Christian. So one of the things He says is that I am righteous. I am loved, I am all these nice things. There's a scripture in Galatians, I think it's Galatians 6 something, maybe 20, where they talk about the fruits of the Holy Spirit. Galatians 5. So where they talk about the fruits of the Holy Spirit, you have self-control, you have joy, you have peace, you have all these things. And then you become a journalism student, and you're seeing someone being killed right in front of you. The thing that I think it was the war who said, whenever he kept going back to that place, that's where he saw these things happen, is the more his mind kept erasing these things. And I also got into an accident recently. I got into an accident. I was on a border on the way back home. So the accident happened at Shell, KFC, Kabalagala. That's where I got that accident. And I kid you not, whenever I get on a border, even today, I got on a border and the things I was thinking about. I was thinking about, whenever he took a break, thinking, what if I fell down and then I trap him and run me over, my brain splattered. Those are the things I keep thinking about because of the accident that I got. So, one, I think you should always have joy. Joy is a choice. As funny as that sounds, I believe joy is a choice. happiness is a result of different events. When someone proposes to you, young ladies, when a chick says yes to you, the guys, you're happy. But this chick doesn't say yes to you. You should always remember who you are. So have joy in your heart. Yeah? And I like the theme, talk to someone, listen to everyone. Always have people carry the burden with you. Don't do life alone. I do not do life alone as a leader. I have a team of 15 people, and I always choose to delegate things. So in the beginning, you called my vice president, my guild president. I had them say, no, that's not the guild president. I am the guild president. But it's because you are accustomed to him more, seeing him around, his help, you know. It was Haggai came to me sometime and he was like, I'd like to partner with the guild and the university, see how we can have something with mental health. And at some point, I could not continue with him. So I decided to have him take over. So that's what doing life together is. If you're ever traumatized, I don't think, I am sorry for those who have mental health issues, but the thing is, do not hold on to it. Don't nurse it. You know, there's someone who came to me when they lost their parent. I've just seen him in the crowd, so I decided to speak about it. And, you know, he came to me and said, Michelle, I'm struggling with this thing. So the first thing I told him is, whenever you ever want, I commend you to come to me about this, but whenever you need someone to talk to me. So talk to the people who are above you, talk to the students in here. Dean of students always says, come to my office. And for those who cannot flood her office, you can always come to us. I'm not the only person in this cabin, there's many people. So I have learned a lot, and I thank the organizers of this mental health discussion. Thank you for enlightening us about how to go about this.
Yeah, I really would love to emphasize on, like Bart said, there are some millennials here, and not all of you are going to end in the field. Most of you, some of you might be anchors, broadcasters, and as a millennial, I'm a talent manager. I've worked with a lot of, let's say, she said, some journalists, they say they want to be celebrities. I've worked with a lot of celebrities and also built brands. And one of the very person I started when he was really no one was Diamond. So the most common advice you hear as a millennial right now and in this field is, and I really would love to talk about, is fake it until you make it. That notion that you really have to fake it until you make it. As a also talent manager, I will tell you the same, but this has really affected mental health of many talents. You know, like on air talent, most of them will tell them, okay, now look, you look amazing. That's why we decided to put you on the screen. You have to dress like this. You can no longer go eat at the same place you always eat. You can no longer go to the same bars. You know, this whole thing of the brand building. And this really, you mentioned it yourself, the remuneration. There is no money in this industry, people. I'm telling you, you can't make it. I've been for 13 years at least. There is no money. You know, like if you say you want to be a celebrity, you want to make so much money, this is purely a work of passion. Most of us here, I think you agree with me. It's passion, and then of course money will come with other things, being innovative, and these are things you can learn how to. But this is purely passion. So the thing of take it until you make it. I want to advise you young guys who are coming. You should not take it really, take it very serious. I want us to look back, sit back, and say, okay, look, I'm getting 800 as my, because most of us, when you become an anchor, for example, you go for a salary loan, you get a car, probably let's say 10, 15 million. and now your salary comes, your 800K, 60% of it is going to the loan, paying loan. You have no money to live on from Monday to Friday, 1st to 31st. And so, and you're on screen, you're a celebrity, you have this big brand that you need to keep. So I really would love to advise people that just try to live your life, like she said. Know who you are. Most people will tell you, you can no longer eat this, the same restaurant. No, please. Just be who you are on screen, be good on screen, but live a normal life. Don't fake it too much, otherwise you end up in Utanika. Thank you so much.
Yeah, because really, when you fake it too much, you cannot sustain it. I think never had something to say.
Yeah, just in addition to what you said, and I'm glad it's actually coming from a male figure instead of a female, because if it comes from a female, all the judgments now might actually, come in. But perception versus what is the reality, what the media practice is. Because you realize that you mentioned millennials today, what they see, at times what they see is not actually what is happening in these people's lives. It's what is killing the practice in terms of what you see some of these people either on television or radio are actually delivering. Because you realize that you might actually start detaching yourself from who you are, and it's in the mental state. Yeah? You join the media industry, you are well-behaved girl, disciplined and speaking out to the female gender, but then these assaults might actually come in. I'll call them indecent assaults because personally I'm not receiving them. You understand what I mean? The sexual advances, that are going to actually come in from men that are seeing you on television on a daily. You go to interview this big short, he watches you on television on a daily, you've gone as a journalist for him is receiving you as somebody, should I say, still daytime. Another ladies are watching, exactly, yeah, they see you as somebody, that he could actually in a bed, have a relationship with, and there's so many women that have actually been carried away by this in the media, and this you actually have to know. So it all goes back to who you are and what your dream is and what you want to achieve from this practice. How are you entering this practice and how are you exiting it? So perception is you might look at these people, yes, they're driving the cars, like he said. Some of them are actually renting apartments that are over, let's say, about 2.5 or 3 million shillings a month. But they're getting, like you mentioned, maybe 800,000 or 1.5 million. So you need to ask yourself, how are they actually getting all this money? Yeah? So that is why you realize that at times it will affect content delivery or it will affect them mentally. It's a mental state that we actually. So perception versus reality, and you have to deal with it. Whether you're accepting these sexual advances or not, you're in that mental state of having to actually deal with these advances that actually come to you. So how you receive them matters.
I think that's very important for someone who has gone through it, who has experienced it. So okay, the conversation is getting heated.
There's when he said, fake it until you make it. In journalism, there's no fake. The moment you fake and people get to know that, let me say you're trying to hook up figures. The moment you fake it, you won't make it. Because the moment people get to know that you're lying, in journalism you have to be reliable. I have people who normally call me, Apu, we are talking about this. What do you have to say? What might you tell us? Because you don't have that element of lying in you. Me, I'm a photographer. There is nothing to lie about pictures. Pictures will give you what you see is what you get. So mentally, I'm a realist. I'm realistic. I like what I see is what I'll give you. if you start faking it, if you start editing pictures, and there's someone I took pictures of, and they were like, "You've not edited my pictures." I told them, "I don't edit pictures. I'll give you your pictures raw, the way they are. Because I'm a journalist, I don't edit. If you have a scar, yes, please have it." I normally see people, I see pictures of musicians, then she comes, physically, yes, in real life, these are two different people. The person you sing on the poster is not the person you sing on stage. So fake it and you fail. And that's in journalism. Maybe in music you fake it until you make it. I've seen colleagues who do interviews and then because we have to balance the stories in journalism. Then they interview someone, after they interview one person. So they leave a gap for you to keep discussing that the whole day. Shiba said that someone was advancing to her, someone touched Shiba, someone did this. But Shiba is not telling us the person. Why make that video and then you discuss it on a TV program? If she can't say the person, let her chill. Yeah, that's it. Because you're just creating and making people emotional. They abuse every human being on earth. Men are bad, men are what? You know the person, why don't you tell us? Yeah? So they want to use the media, and make sure when you become a journalist, don't be used. Because the moment someone uses you, you go back home and start thinking about it mentally. You get sick. Mentally, you'll be sick and you'll be affected because you lied. You've seen a woman hurt. There was a time I was covering the rape. This woman was pregnant. She had a baby. She had her young daughter. They threw a canister into their shop. So I ran towards them. I started taking pictures, and I was like, "Am I doing the right thing?" Yes. So of course, journalism, what they want are pictures and stories. But am I doing the right thing? A pregnant woman is almost dying with her daughter. I'm just taking pictures, enjoying. So I had to put my camera down and help her lift the young baby because I couldn't stand it, humanity. So choose the right thing so that you don't regret.
Okay.
Always choose what is right.
Thank you very much. Before, there's just one thing. I know Bart has another event that he's supposed to go to. So before we let him go, there's just something I need him to respond to. You left the newsroom, yes, and started your own media company. Today we'll be talking about all the problems, mental health, but you have employers, yes? What should media owners, media companies do to improve the mental health of their employees? Because, and even you as a media owner, what do you do on a daily to improve the mental health of the people that you work with and those that work for you? Because now we need the solutions. We cannot lament about the problems. We need solutions.
I think the most important thing is if you are a media owner, if you own a TV station, you need to recognize this. You need to respect it's okay, I'm loud, I have no problem. You need to respect the profession, the professional ethics. If you really think that you have started a TV station and you are going to use it to advance your interests, irrespective of what, then you are wrong. I totally believe in the independence of somebody who is working for you, exercise his or a professional whatever. So that's the only way you can reward this person. The other way is which I don't really so much believe in. If you have given people that independence, exercise their profession, I am a little bit, I might sound very funny if I say this. I am one person who wants to go slow on having somebody to come and cancel people. I know that's the norm, but the other thing is that the reason is that if I went to the war front and I came back and everyone was saying, oh, you saw these things, oh, sorry, you need to, I think that's different. I believe that if you came from the war front and you got the story, to behave that, oh, brothers and I saw that's it, I know it is. I'm sorry I may sound funny, but that's what I believe in, and I believe that's me, and that's what I feel. And people used to say, think I'm very, 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 very brave. I said, no, I'm the biggest coward. Even when they saw me in the battlefield, this guy goes on the battlefield, I said, you don't know how coward I am. I am a very big coward. But even when I came back, they said, oh, you played me. I said, really? But I was just exercising. That's what I believe that somebody should do. Let exercise his or her profession. The other thing about maybe incentive, giving them medical advice, or maybe the other thing we could say, like a newsroom. In newsroom, we suppose you who are going to do the newsroom. Suppose the president will come and charge and oh, I have this story and this. That guy, that's also another healing kind of healing situation where people are free, they buy, you have people for tea, you give them some, go them for parties, and that's the other thing. But if we go to pick them ourselves, we say, oh, so I'm doing. How about that? I've been telling you about the person you saw on the battlefront. I covered the night commuters. I used to work in, some of you don't know what night commuters are. Night commuters were kids who used to run away from their homes at night and come and sleep in town for fear of being abducted by the sport. I lived with them for about 3 days and I could see. I said, okay, I've seen them traumatized. Why do I think myself and say, oh, you are, you need to go and say, no, these kids did it better than you do. Because I'm sorry I'm disappointing you, but this is what I believe in, and that's what it is.
I think for coping mechanisms, for me, I would really have to talk to someone. I just can't with the thought of that. We shall excuse you just in case you're in time for your next event. Everybody, thank you very much for honoring our invite. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Bud Couples, I love to call him the godfather of media. He has covered it all and how he has gone through it and lived through it and shared his knowledge is really something we all need to have. It's a trait that we all need to have. We appreciate your coming here. Thank you so much.
One thing I want to say is most of you have not seen stories of some of those stories. I encourage people to say, ask me back. Let's look at the story of how you went and talked when everybody was scared. You went and that story. Look at how Kisangani was taken when the people were fighting. Let's see this. So it gives you, but when they tell you this is how the story is, but I believe that your lecturers should approach us and give them those clips of videos of stories. And those are much more powerful than someone sitting and saying.
I think that's an offer that's rare to find. Thank you very much. We shall continue with the rest of the panel. Question? We are now. I don't know if I'm loud enough. We are looking for solutions now. What should media houses do, media owners do to improve the mental health of their employers?
Well, first of all, people like us who are producers, talent managers, we should not promote fake it until you make it. We should tell people the truth, that you have to be yourself, just do well on the screen. I don't think all of us will be, because this is media also, so we'll have, of course, other talents doing other things. So regardless of which field you end up in, just be yourself, stay true to yourself. That's number one. Then number two is welcoming such organizations like Mindverse, having conferences, workshops, because like today I thought I knew one or two things, but I've learned a lot. So have such engagements. Mental health is something that culturally has not been talked about, and now you bring these such conversations. It's very important we currently having such topics and conversations. And of course, who else can lead this? Of course, it's the media, and this is a good start that it starts with media. So I think media owners, media stakeholders should look into this and of course make it conversation. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much, Olivia. And I think for media houses, before even they start injecting money into counselors to actually come and talk to their employees, the retreats work. The retreats, the parties, because oftentimes as a journalist you need to burn off, you enjoy some music, and yes, television does a lot of that. So does MTV. Yeah, so they can start with the retreats, the parties, and of course move on to the sensitization. Because many journalists today actually don't even know that they're going through mental health state. They actually don't. And you even mentioned most of them are venting on social media, but they actually have no idea. Because you realize, if you go through some of the tweets of journalists saying Twitter, because more of Twitter than Facebook, that across social media platforms, you realize that at times there's a lot of complaining. Indirect complaints, yeah? Either within the workspace, or either within newsrooms, or either within a story that they actually covered. Some of them you find that they are leaning, you would find the audience complaining and pointing at that particular journalist seems to be leaning to either this particular party or that particular party. You understand what I mean? It's because they are trying to bend. At times maybe they are crying out for help, but they don't even realize that they are actually doing it. So these sensitizations help for journalists to actually be able to identify the symptoms. Because even identifying the symptom is another thing altogether. How can you know that you're going through a mental health state if you don't even know what the symptom is? Maybe a eating disorder, like you're actually not feeling very well. It might be fatigue. It might be you're so angry. You're actually a leader in the business, and maybe you're shouting at everyone. You're not listening to your fellows or inferiors because you actually go through something. And some of these things, what you're trying to, it's not only happening in the field. At times it's happening at home. So I'm not sure whether we were only supposed to talk about what affects us in the field. Of course, it is in the workplace. But then what about when it's happening at home, and then you bring it at work and you actually fail to deliver? And what you need to know as journalists, I talked about it at the beginning, that there are limitations. These limitations that are going to guide you within the editorial policy of a media house that you're working with are going to, it's actually going to, the performance indicators, the KPI of what you're supposed to deliver. So your KPI is saying probably you're supposed to have about 8 to maybe 14 stories by the time the week ends, right? But you're being affected by some of the things that are happening in the field, and others are affecting you from home. So how are you dealing with all that to be able to keep up with the key performing indicators? Yeah, and then of course, partnerships with the mental health practitioners. For example, Mindverse, yeah? Having these partnerships where you talk to specific media houses and have these packages, and you offer these packages to media owners, and probably say maybe as an insurance cover, because many media houses give medical insurance, but medical insurance doesn't actually cover a therapy. So if a journalist can't afford it independently, then at the end of the day, I'm out. Yeah? Exactly. I hope media houses are watching to do some of these things. We the short courses I mentioned earlier. Yeah, the short courses are very, very important. And I think maybe it should start with Victoria University since we're here. So that is actually part of journalism, the bachelor's of journalism and communication. They also study a specific course before they get into the field. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think I'm also going to double down on what you have been saying, and it is just fighting ignorance, trying to talk to actual clinical psychologists or people who know what they're doing. I'll give you an example. I was shooting something, right? And we were working with a lady, right? So like the previous day we had done like a dry run, you know, a dry run, right? Where you try to go through what you're going to do the next day. So now the next day I called her because she was late. Then when I called her, she says, I'm sick, I can't come. I'm like, you were okay yesterday. And she says, I'm battling anxiety. Now I always laugh because at that time I really didn't know like that's a thing. Like how can somebody say they're not going to come to work? Well, you know, for us in Africa, when someone says they are sick, you expect to see like a removed kidney or like an amputated leg. That's our idea of sick. Malaria, cannulas. If somebody tells you I have anxiety, it sounds like a pretext, like you don't want to work. So now the supervisor comes, he notices that we are not starting the shoot, so he comes and says, okay, what's happening to you people? Now, like in a funny way, giggling, I tell you, one of the ladies is telling me she has anxiety. Now, I think the lady was lucky in that the supervisor actually had a friend who is a clinical psychologist, an expert. And I was like, oh, is she okay? Now, I look like a fool, right? I look like an idiot because here I was ready to bash. I'm like, no, she's just lying. But the boss, the person who's higher than me in ranking, is more exposed. And he was like, hey, it's like, can I call her? And actually, you got her number, you call her, it's like, are you okay? And I was watching this like I'm watching a movie. Like, are we in America right now or something? Right? So I think talking to professionals, sometimes you can be having like an issue, mental health can be declining, and you don't even know why that is. If you are a writer, you can be having what you call writer's block. Every time you try to write an article, you keep staring at the pages for 2 hours, you don't even know what to start. You have seen events, but when you try to put them in your own words, you don't like your drafts. You could be a presenter, and every time they say action, you freeze. Yet the cameras are rolling. You could be an anchor, and when they say action, you might even sign out and say the name of your previous employer. Let's say you're working at this TV and you're at the other TV, you end up signing up, giving credit to your former television station. You embarrass a new employer, right? And all this has to do with the state of your mind. So I think that if they talk to experts and they interact more, they can be aware to know that if he says you can't go take pictures in a particular place, he's not being lazy, he's not being a coward. This is a real thing. It's how the brain works, and there are steps to work it out and to prepare somebody to better perform.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tunsky. Question?
I think let's all clap for Mindverse because of what they have organized for us. And let's also clap for Victoria University. Some of us left university when we had not even had a chance of getting things like this. No one will even talk to us. No one, I'm seeing, I think he's a student here. Some of you are students here, and you have cameras. Some of us didn't even have that chance, but if Victoria University has offered that, please appreciate it. One of the first things that should be done by media houses, and I've been key to this, is payment. Payment. If you don't pay journalists well, if you don't pay journalists in time, and if you keep exploiting journalists, you're going to see so many cases of mental health. Imagine you go to a field, you go through all what we have talked about here. You go to a war, and then when you come back, your paycheck still remains the same. Mind you, they are giving you little money, but then even the money they are giving you doesn't change no matter the story you come. It doesn't come in on time. Like everything rotates about, rotates around payment. The first thing media houses should do is pay journalists well, and most of it, because you find people quarreling. Why? They don't know what next. After, you people, you've seen those people on TV, and you're like, we only see these people on TV, but you don't see them anywhere in town. To do what? To shop? They don't have the money. They can't go shopping. They don't have money to drive their own cars, so they wait for the night taxis or bodas. So after the show, someone has done a morning show, they will have to sit at the TV station and wait when everybody has gone home, so he moves out and comes to the boda show. Off. So maybe the houses work on payments of journalists. And then the other thing should be done. Media houses should train people. You find someone asking a question, and you're like, did this person go through a journalism school? Someone has lost a relative, or a husband or a wife. Someone comes, we are sorry, I know how you feel. When? Since when did you know how I feel? Do you know how we have been related to this person? Like the affection we two have been having. I know how you feel, but now, my first question, what time did he die? Okay, we might say he died at around 8 a.m. So when you conclude it, so Mama, how do you feel that your husband has died? So imagine you watching this live, and the comments that you come after that live show, that live broadcast, when you go back and read, you are also going to be affected. So let media houses train people how to interview people. We have seen people almost fighting in a talk show with the hosts, because the way the questions are being asked. And then, please, when you come to when you start working, don't copy lifestyles. Don't copy. Don't try to be like other people. Be yourself. You make it. Some of us never faked. Me, what I did when I joined journalism. Some of you might be seeing some faces, like him. He's a very big person. He has told you he has worked with them. Who doesn't know them? He's a world figure now. People don't need to see your experience to know that you work. Let your work talk. Personally, I don't explain my pictures. People will tell you, I like that picture. Don't labor so much. Just do good work and you'll be up there. I thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for all. Bebo, you have something? I know too. It's an innovation. It's competition. The competition in media today is on a high that then personally for me at times I think it's unnecessary. Very, very unnecessary. At times it makes people go into a mental state that at the end of the day you regret. Because when you say don't copy, don't fake, by the time you're hired, it means you're good enough. But people often forget that they are actually good at what they do. When you say don't copy other people, what happened to originality? On my Twitter, there's a picture of me and a quotation. It's one of the things that I follow, and I usually say that there will always be somebody better than you, but you are always the best version of yourself. So oftentimes, whether it's music, whether it's journalism, wherever you are, there will always be in life. Even if it's your sibling, there will always be people that are better than you. But how do you forget that you're also good at what you're doing? You cannot be the other person. You cannot be you. So at times, the competition within the practice makes people do things that they wouldn't have done. Just be yourself. If you didn't take anything from the panel, at least take that. Because all these mental challenges, like Abu said, they start from money, and money is as a result of competition. So if you didn't take anything, at least take her last words. Please join me to appreciate our panelists today for sharing wholeheartedly your personal experiences. You see, most of the time we see people on TV, but we do not know what goes on behind the scenes. So we only see the finished product and see you, and we have perceptions about who you are. But such events paint the real picture of what exactly is going on in this profession that we love so much. Earlier, I told you we had a video that we wanted to play, but it was delayed by some reason. But it's ready now. So before the panel leaves, no, I'll ask you to sit so you're able to watch, because it's the other side and this side. I'm going to switch off the light so we're able to see. Thank you very much. Kindly clap for all my panelists.
Welcome to Mindful. I found the pride itself in creating mental health awareness, advocacy, and helping organizations set up systems that protect and promote staff mental well-being. Our scalable evidence-based digital and face-to-face programs build individual resilience and create psychologically healthy cultures that deliver both return and value on investment while making business imperative. We are committed to helping you meet your self-care and mental well-being needs at work. Mental health support has gone from a nice to have to a true business imperative. Sustainable and mentally healthy workplaces require taking on a real work of culture change. When improving your mental well-being, you are improving your ability to manage things in your life and increase your productivity. We are here to help you overcome stress, worry, and trauma that might result from your work. Mindverse provides practical tools like mental health education, trauma, risk management, mental health first aid, employee assistance programs, and a wellness portal that connects long-term goals with daily tasks and habits. The system helps employees make any kind of goal manageable, meaningful, and connected to everyday life from a holistic perspective. Mindverse. Talk to someone, listen to everyone. You'll never walk alone.
Thank you very much. Talk to someone, listen to someone. Let's appreciate Mindverse for putting together this event where all this has been shared. But this was not done alone by Mindverse. They have partners, Miasoft, Ataraxis, which is also a mental health organization. We have Rocket Health, Switch Media, Greater Bids Group, Mercy Outreach Missions, Epigenosis Rehabilitation Center, and of course Victoria University that has hosted us here today. And as our host, we would like to give a chance to the Dean of Students to officially welcome us, because earlier no one was around to welcome us. But anyway, we had received the welcome weeks ago. So let's hear from the Dean of Students, Victoria University.
Good afternoon. We had already welcomed you, but we really appreciate what we have right now. Thank you so much, our dear guests, the panelists. Our students really have received what we call the WORKS Integrated Learning, which is our model of learning in Victoria University. We really thank you for your experience that you've shared with all the students. I wish you could give them also an opportunity to give you feedback because they are the receivers. I don't know whether that is scheduling, but thank you so much for your time. It's been really a great time. We've learned a lot, and believe me, Evo, we're going to take on the short courses. That has been nothing. Thank you so much. I believe our students are ready to go out, and whoever thought it's about being a celebrity, it is indeed a service. Thank you for the moment. And you're welcome once again.
We didn't pick the names of our hosts.
Thank you. On behalf of Victoria University and the Dean of Students, Winfred Nasio. Thank you.
In journalism, one of the things you must do is, if you don't get it right, ask again, at least you do not make the mistake. Yeah, thank you very much. We're going to have a press conference where our panelists, a few selected students will speak to the media at our photo booth. Then we shall have a break of 10 to 15 minutes. Then we shall have our very last panel that features mental health experts who understand and know exactly the animal that we are unpackaging today called mental health. So I will allow us to go for the short break while the panelists are taken through the press conference. Thank you. We look forward to having you back at 20 minutes from now. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thanks for coming.
invite the mayors of Victoria University to mention but a few. We're going in for our second panel, and I'd like to seek your audience, all of you. Can we have one panel, please? Okay, thank you for the audience. We've been sharing about mental health and media conference. We've talked to the different media practitioners about their personal experiences and what they go through every day. And we're basically stating the problem. At this point, we're going to talk to the mental health experts who are going to help us with the solutions, tips, and how these media practitioners can sail through their daily work while keeping their mental health in check. I'm going to invite our panelists onto the stage. I'm going to start with Mr. Maswaswa Ayub, who is a medical social worker with Butarika Mental Hospital. He has over 10 years of experience. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Maswaswa. I hope I pronounced that right. Yeah, thank you. We have Mrs. Rossetti Echia Simire. She's a psychologist and the proprietor of Epigenosis Rehabilitation Center, who are also partners of this event. A state-of-the-art treatment center that provides holistic care for people experiencing mental challenges and advocating for better mental health services. Ms. Rosette, please join us. Thank you. And lastly, we have Dr. Melissa Atkuda. She's a medical director and mental health and international public health enthusiast. She also works with Rocket Health, the telemedicine organization. May you join us on the floor. Thank you very much, our panelists, for joining us today. And we cannot wait to learn from you, because this morning we've been talking about problems all through, but we've also been talking about mental health, which we did not define. So I'm going to start from my extreme left. Madame Rossetti, paint for us a picture, or define for us in a layman's language what mental health is.
Thank you so much. My name is Rosette Echia, but call me okay. I'm a clinical psychologist. I'm a and a businesswoman. Yeah, today we've been talking about mental health, then media. And I'm so sad that these people are gone. And they had very many issues concerning media, mental health, and they're not here. Mental health is a person's condition in regards to psychological, emotional, and social well-being. It's psychological, social, and emotional well-being of an individual. So, but before I go to mental health, first of all, these people had very critical conditions, and they call it political condition in psychology. Because they were talking about trauma, talking about, and these are things Kevin had talked about, and they are not, and you look at my friends can agree with me that in the whole world, media, if you're trying media, media is something of its own and it is influencing us so much. Without media, we are not going to help people with mental health. Because 70% of our lives, they all depend on media. Right now, not in Uganda alone, but in the whole world. So, with media, we are not going to help in mental health. So, I'm so glad that Ed is here. Mabel and our friends, Edwin is an meter. And we would like you to be here because you had a question that maybe we can help you or we can answer. I want to start with, maybe before I go, I forget with questions these people had in the morning. I don't know whether it is okay with you. Because my colleagues can maybe agree with me. It was about trauma, mental health. Maybe I start with bad proposal. He talked about maybe experiencing trauma. And I wanted to explain what trauma is. I'm going to explain trauma. Mental health generally, according to neuropsychology, as a neuropsychologist and psychologist. According to neuropsychology, trauma happens when your brain, maybe the doctor will add on that. There is that part of the brain called hippocampus. You read about it. So when you experience a traumatic event, that part of the brain, it releases some neurons, or what we call like hormones, maybe in another term. So when it releases those hormones, they kind of suppress that part of the brain. But people took it like, maybe when I see a traumatic event, I'm traumatized. No, we are different. That's why we talk about personality. We are different. What traumatizes you is different from what traumatizes another person. So it depends on the personality and the experience. Okay. So for instance, this person I've abused, but after you can traumatize someone with just a mere abuse by, because this person is not used to something like that. But as long as those hormones or neurons are released to affect the hippocampus and the stress for the cortical function, someone experiences trauma, no matter how that experience, whether small or big, as long as there is a release of that affects that part of the brain called hippocampus. Are we together? So it's not about maybe you experiencing the work, then it's trauma. No, and this person might even be, you see someone being knocked out by the car, maybe because of your experience, maybe because of your nationality, the hormones are not released. So you're not going to experience it. Trauma in your limbic system. Are we together? So let us not just name situations. Then another thing we talked about, people saying, yeah, you go and see a cancer or psychologist. No. Before you diagnose something, there is a criteria. I don't know what you use in your profession. It's called DSM-5. It was DSM-4, now it's DSM-5. So you have to meet a criteria. We look at symptoms, and there is also some assessment you have to go through. For you to say, this person is traumatized, this person is stressed, this person is depressed. So it's pretty clinical, not just someone saying, I'm traumatized, I'm depressed. No, you have to go through an assessment to verify whether it is trauma, whether it is stress, whether it is depression. Then there is what is called, but the second guy was sitting here, forgotten his name. Who? Abubakar. He talked about him experiencing that critical of photos and all that. There is a possibility that actually was traumatized because when I was married, he had all the symptoms of trauma. Only that among there are some therapies that help. Like he talked about him going back and over and over again. For instance, I thought we call it systematic desensitization. You keep doing something, then that part of the brain keeps on, it's part of the therapy. But the problem is, there's what we call acute trauma, then there are different types of trauma. When we keep on having traumatic experiences, there is that part of the memory that always is triggered. It might be here to not be now, it can be tomorrow or after 10 years. You experience another trauma because that memory is triggered again. So he needs therapy. So you cannot say, no, I dealt with that. He needs therapy. Maybe I will talk to him after. You share it now. So, but why am I saying that? Some people, because they have dealt with something today, it's like covering this. You cover it, but in the future, you have someone broke down, someone is depressed, someone is in the now, but something started like 10 years ago, but you bury it, not knowing that tomorrow will come back. So that's what happened with our mental health. We think maybe someone just went mad. It started process by process, not the other process. In the end, someone ends up in a mental health because it's a process. So we need to take caution of that also. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's very powerful. Because one thing, I work in a newsroom, I work with NTV, so some of these things you're talking about, I'll take them personally. Because what we tend to do is we have our coping mechanisms. Once you realize that you don't have control over something, we have coping mechanisms, and it's usually not a good place to be in. Dr. Melissa, we've talked about mental health being and delivery at work and mental health. Would like to understand if you can relate for us, how does mental health affect your work, your delivery, and how does your work eventually affect mental health? The connection, if someone is not in a stable state, how does it eventually downplay on how they deliver and whatever they're supposed to do?
To answer that, I would like to complete the definition of mental health. So mental health, as defined as she mentioned, a state of physical, psychological, emotional, social well-being, where this person is able to cope, mark the word, positive, cope positively with stress, with anything that's stressing. And this individual should be able to function and be productive in the society that they're part of. Now, there are very important terms in this whole definition. Let me start with psychological. Psychological comes from the term psychology. Psychology is the study of the mind. The mind is the part of you that controls your thinking, your reasoning, how you perceive things, where motivation comes from. It's a whole thing. Okay? So if that is affected, most definitely you can't function normally. Second, your emotional well-being. Emotions are feelings. Feelings of happiness, anger, disgust, joy, sexual desire, romance, all of those feelings. And feelings can dictate how somebody responds to a certain situation at hand. If your feelings are not in check, you're not well mentally, and you're going to respond poorly to whatever stress is around you. Next thing is social well-being. We use the terms of social or antisocial. Social or antisocial. What do you understand by that? For somebody to be considered to be, for someone to be have a good social well-being, this person should be able to whereby you can, with a community, you have to be able to feel part of a community. Yes? And if you're able to feel part of a certain community, you are belonging. Yes? And that's what I was looking for. You should feel you belong somewhere. sustain meaningful relationships. If your social well-being is terrible, your mental health is most definitely not in the right place. Then the part where I mentioned positive coping. There's positive coping, there is effective coping. Yeah? So, how the coping mechanisms that are positive can be, there are many. There is meditation, self-relaxation techniques. You know, I have this tendency for people who know me, whenever I feel stressed, I get noises. I just try until I feel certain calmness. Do whatever works for you. Relaxation techniques, okay? And then you're able to engage in humor. Comedians are very good at helping us deal with our engage in your hobbies. Talk to people, talk to your friends, your family members, yeah? So, also seek help with mental problems. There's no shame in doing that. Seek help with mental professionals, counselors, psychologists, therapists, yeah? And then the last thing was being able to function and be productive in your community. That's where we come in. How does mental health influence the productivity of a person? It very much influences the productivity of a person. When your mind is not right, your mind controls your body, as you can say. Yes? If your mind is not right, you won't be able to wake up, feel motivated to go to work. And so that's the first step. For you to reach work, you need to be able to get out of your bed, take a shower, go to work. But if you're not motivated to do that, how are you going to reach work? So let's say you reach work, but then the things that you're dealing with are not yet being dealt with. You're going to interact poorly with your colleagues. That's where, there's going to be friction between you and your colleagues, friction between you and your bosses, and then your productivity is definitely not going to be high. So there is definitely a perfect, undeniable link between mental health and productivity.
Thank you very much, Dr. Melissa. That's where Mr. Ayu comes in. You've seen these people in the morning, how they were talking about their experiences. If you could highlight or share with us some of the triggers, some of the indicators that even me, when I'm in the newsroom, I can tell, perhaps this person needs help, and run and talk to them and do self-evaluation. What are some of those triggers and indicators that someone is on the verge and they need to seek help?
Thank you so much. First of all, there are different types of mental health conditions, and people with different mental health conditions behave differently. But maybe I'll talk about the most common that the first one that were here, which I talked about. I was able to identify post-traumatic stress disorders when Mr. Abakar talked about his experience of the Northern Bypass. Then anxiety disorders as well. So, I want to talk about some of the symptoms of mental illness. They've clearly given us a definition of mental illness, and doctors talked about social well-being. Social being literally means being able to sustain a meaningful relationship with others. And one of the symptoms of mental illness, specifically, let's say depression, when someone is having depressive symptoms, there is a tendency of isolation from others. Someone who has always been jovial, they're full of life, they freely interact with others, out of the blue, they begin isolating themselves. Someone who has always brought life in the office or in a workspace, you see them isolating themselves. They are distancing themselves from others. That's one of the things that they look out for. Then there is the neglect of self-care. This person who has always been so smart, they like taking care of themselves, they're always putting up makeup, Then out of the blue, you see them losing interest in that. They're no longer taking good care of themselves, how with maybe dirty clothes, and kept hair, yet the person is spot on. That is one of the things that you look out for. It is a sign that someone could be having issues with their mind. Then there's that extreme sadness, especially when someone is having depressive symptoms. They always feel sad, then full of negative energy. There's loss of self-worth. They begin speaking negatively about themselves. They think maybe they don't deserve much, they don't have that opportunity. They begin floating others, maybe for you can take up that role, me I can't. Yet, this is someone who has always really seen themselves as up here, but they've started lowering themselves down. That could also be a sign that this person could be having issues with their brain. Then there is also what we call insomnia. In case you're staying with this person, they begin having issues with their sleep. They either sleep too much or they don't sleep at all. That could also be an indication that this person could be having psychological distress. Then loss of appetite. Someone who has always loved eating. They go without a meal, you ask them what you're going for lunch, they say, I'm okay. They eat breakfast, they skip that. Then supper, they order take as a biscuit, which clearly shows this person could be having this.
See, when you're talking, I clearly see I'm ticking almost all the boxes. I'm like, how am I even surviving? This is even scary, yeah? But I think the triggers, I see this in the newsroom a lot, yeah? I see it in the newsroom a lot, the transferred anger, then people trying to joke about some of these conditions. They really joke about it. Someone jokes about the experience, yeah? But Dr. Melissa and Rossetti, I would like to understand from you. He has talked about the triggers. We've heard the stories of the different media practitioners. And in a situation where you're going to be sent to a riot, to a war, to do these personal stories, you know, someone has been tortured, you're going to see how they were beaten and their skin and everything. How can we prepare our minds to be able to put up with what we are going to see? I'm so sorry. I don't know why is that sound. Okay, I hope it's rectified. How can we prepare our minds to be able to receive these images, process them, and live with them, or even dispose them of? Dr. Melissa and Rossetti.
That's a very good question. So, as a journalist, you have a duty. You have a duty to collect whatever information you have to collect, accurate information, so, and deliver it to the masses, and to help us become closer to, you know, whatever it is that is going on. But now you, as the journalist, how can you be helped? Where do you come into this? You have your duty to think about, but you also have your mental health, your personality to think about. This is very thing. Who mentioned it in journalism, they teach you how to be touched. Yes, you have to learn how to be able to be touched from certain situations. Yes, I think journalists should be able to always have a certain form of escape. What an escape room? I mean, like something that helps them escape whatever it is that they're facing mentally, secondary to whatever it is that they keep experiencing. You cannot avoid it. This is the line of work that you're in. You cannot avoid it. But the thing is how do you respond after these repeated exposures? I cannot tell you that go do some, I don't know, running push-ups and what ABC before you actually go and press that event, you're going to have to face it whether you like it or not, because that is your line of duty. But let's say you have actually faced it. Now, when you return from work, what next? Yes, I think that is the critical point. What next? So you have to be very alert with what you're feeling. If you happen to be able to feel that something is not right in your system after facing a certain situation, please keep that in mind and find ways to address it. I've heard of people saying that I don't feel anything. I mean, I think that's impossible. But maybe people have better coping mechanisms than others. But some people think that they're coping well because they're not feeling this. But they might be just bottling things, they just bottle up things, you know? Every time you feel like, I can handle this, but you're simply keeping things inside. And by the time you may not notice it, at one point you just explode. Yeah? So I cannot really give you the best advice for what you can do before you go to face your duties. But then I think what happens next is what matters more.
Thank you so much, Doctor. That question, I may seem rude, but I have to say, as I told you, my name is Gold Katurama, I'm a counselor. They know me for that, because we have talked that too. That question is like saying, how do I teach how to eat matoke? Okay, initially it's supposed to be baked grass, but now you're teaching it to eat matoke. Yes, it can eat matoke, but the boiled matoke can help that to do that, but you have to introduce it to that. This takes us back to personality. Who are you? When you're doing that job, according to personality, we don't actually call it employment, we call it deployment. You have all the skills to do that. But if you're doing that job to be a slave, to earn money, it's employment. That's why you're sourcing for other skills. Do you get what I said? It means this person you're saying, what do I do? He's just looking for something. Probably he's an agricultural farmer, but you're taking him to region. But if you're meant to do that, you will do that. You don't need other sources to help you do your job. That's why this guy called Bart Kaposa, what do you expect him to be traumatized? He's okay. But if it was another person, he would be traumatized because he's not meant for that. Personality. And that's where we are failing. We are doing what we are not supposed to do. And that's where psychology should come in. Who are you? Identity. You are here saying, maybe I did math for probably. You have been dancer somewhere. That is it. Or you are a medical doctor, but you're forcing yourself in that profession. When you're meant to do something, even at the middle of the night when someone says it, you already have, your mind is already, can figure out what to do. But we are doing this profession for other reasons, not what we are supposed to do. Before we are born or before we come to this, we come complete. That's why you cannot say, I'm supposed to be like this, and decide yourself, who are you? But some of us, we are completely lost. Even if I ask you, are you without your mother, without your father, you're not able to identify yourself. That's for me, my mom is a member of parents, but who are you? Identity. That's where we are failing here. We are looking at people in media, this person is a journalist, but the skills he's using is for something else. That's where we are failing, and we are going to continue failing. And that's where we are getting mental health. Because the position you're in now is actually supposed to be for some other person. Our mind regenerates itself. When you're in the right position, just like something natural, you always, like the way a kid learns how to breastfeed, you don't need to fast. And maybe, let me do this. No, it's just natural. Know your personality and know who you are. Go for that. If you feel you're not supposed to be in media, maybe you're traumatized, do something else. One brown coffee, and you see it. So those things are saying, what should we do? No, you can't teach a cow how to eat ruwombo. At the end of the day, there are going to be health consequences. That's why go to that. That's why we can pull it and satisfy. Because what we are doing right now is totally different. Because your dad was an engineer, you know what? Go and study engineering. This person is totally different. Probably is a teacher, but because of the family, that is it. And who are people who are supposed to know that? Parents, where are we? Our kids are orphans when we arrive. That is it. You leave home in the morning, you come back in the evening. In psychology, personality is formed from conception up to 12 years. If you don't know your child's personality from that time, you are not the same child. That person is an orphan when you are not even there. Right now, everyone is talking about inheritance, but we are looking at the property way. Actually, it's not supposed to be that. People are supposed to inherit values, inherit principles, to inherit traits. But right now, we have kids who are totally different from us. Ask me, I've been in rehabilitation centers. I know what it means. And do you know what people are doing? They are replacing drugs. When they get confused, drugs. So is that what you're asking me, Stella? When they tell you to go and cover some maybe a get marijuana, then go and cover that one? No. And that's what you're doing, Michael. Most of you are not sober. Why? That's what you're meant to do. There's something you're doing, but you're not meant to do that. No, you get a replacement. You get what? Another dose to boost you. You get cocaine. That's what you guys are doing. But how do we help you? Just go back to the grassroots. Who are you? And this takes us back to parenting. You may think maybe we are young, but let me tell you, for us who have been there, we know what is happening. In maybe 20 years, the rehabilitation centers are going to be more than schools. Do you know why? We've lost it all. We've lost it all. We are raising these kids the same way we are raising our German shepherds and our cows at home. Women nature reacts to only two things, nurture and love. Those two things. The moment those two things are absent, you're not actually a human being, we only solo, you're something else. Nurture and love. But are we nurturing our kids? No. How many people? Parents, mothers breastfeed only 3 months. Do they even reach 3 months after it's bottom milk? Isn't it? We can testify because you're going to office. Tomorrow, that same daughter has the traits of a cow and you're like, this child, what happened? There is no way. There's no one who gives you your daughter. Naturally, you never nurtured this one. There was no inheritance from you of first to this person. That's why they are confused. I thought there's a psychology called Elson. There's a first stage of development called initiatives versus industrial. That's when you're supposed to learn who you are and how. See what your child loves. You're like, oh, my child is this. And that one takes the effort and the energy of the parents and the teachers. But we are not there. We are not there. But for us, it's because we have money, so-and-so's son is a lawyer, please go and do law. In Ghana, it has failed, you push him abroad, the account, the deposit, the liquid is there. They come back when their nonsense are using drugs. Because they don't know them. So to me, I don't have an answer for that. If you cannot cover that as a mental person, go back and check who are you, your personality, your identity, who are you? Are you supposed to be that, or you're doing some other person's job? Simple as that.
Miss Rosette has that one. For all journalists who are lost, I am just wondering, those who are lost that they are there, and they are going to come arrive tomorrow, I don't know what she has to tell them. Anyway, Mr. Ayub, now that we've seen how we can prepare from Dr. Melissa and her submission and Madame Rosette and what she says and goes back to, being who we are. After such incidents, what are the right steps that these people should take before their mental health escalates and they start getting challenged, especially
after events that involve, that evoke emotion, but also images that are really triggering.
Thank you so much. First of all, at the hospital where I work, we are seeing so many young people breaking down every day. The hospital is full. They have so many young people. And surprisingly, most of these are university students. It is so alarming, and with the rise and introduction of shisha in our country, that was a good. So to the young people out there who are doing shisha because you think it's trendy, don't make us wash cars with cars of tipsy. And please, don't become another body to our country when you break down and come to Canada. And fight for the few resources we have for the patients we have currently. So do this by taking good care of yourself, stay from shisha, stay from drugs. Where are they addicted to? Nothing. In my life, I've never smoked. I've never drunk alcohol. And I smoke. You don't need to take shisha for you to appear cool in an audience. Like how most young people believe. Many are breaking down. And it's becoming, mental illness is becoming a very huge burden in the country. And surprisingly, it's given less attention. And the funding is not so much. So, to the young people, take good care of themselves. Live within your means. You don't need to sleep around because you need a good car, you need an iPhone 14. In doing that, you're going to break down. How many days are you going to sleep? To the young man, if you think she's making your life hard by these endless demands, snap out. There's more to life than just being in a relationship. So many young men are doing so many things all in the name of pleasing a young girl who is putting him on pressure. Do what you can do. You're a student anyway. Are you working? Definitely. So do not try to put up this show that, well, you have the money, I can afford this, when you usually know you can't afford it. You're going to end up saying to yourself, there's a young man whom I started doing in HSC. This guy got into everything. All because he needed money. He needed the good shoes, he needed the iPhone, he needed the laptops. He got there. Now he's there. Yeah, so live a good life. Live within your means. If you think you're getting stressed or something is weighing you down, get someone to talk to. And there's more to life than a retake. Don't break down because of a retake. If you've got an retake, you can redo it. Go back and read and redo it. Many are getting stressed, and with the stress is normal. All of us at some point get stressed. Even babies get stressed, that's why they cry. But if stress is not managed, it's going to migrate from stress to depression. And now depression is a mental disorder. You understand? So don't allow yourself to get to that level of where you're going to migrate from stress to depression, where they're going to diagnose you and put you on depression. Find someone to talk to. There's more to life than some of the things that weigh us down. Remember, happiness comes from within. It's a personal choice. You can choose to be happy regardless of what is happening around your space. Even when things are going left when you're going right, just be happy. You understand? Because it is a personal choice. It's not dictated by money. It's not dictated by the kind of family you come from or the kind of family you are created to. No. It is a personal choice. So just be happy for your own mental well-being. Does that make sense? Yes.
Okay. Live within your means. I think people who were here earlier also emphasized that because it's usually the root cause of most of these challenges. I'd like to remind you that we are streaming live on a Facebook page, Miha Soap, on YouTube and on Twitter. We are using the hashtag mental health and media for today's purpose. This question is going to be responded to by the three of you and probably the last one, so we can allow the business of the university to move forward. I'm going to start with you. What are some of the things that these employers, so we're talking about media, these are employed people, they have people who brought them on board into these organizations. What are some of the basic things they can do to look out for their employees? Because eventually, if your employee is not in a good mental state, that their delivery, like you said, slows down, and that affects business. So what are some of the things they can do? And it's a two-in-one question. What are some of the coping mechanisms, the healthy coping mechanisms that you would recommend for some of these media practitioners?
First of all, I think employers should create platforms where those who are getting distressed can find someone to talk to and address their concerns. Secondly, once in a while, call some of these people that you work with. If you work with them, ask them, how are you doing? How is life generally? Let them share their experiences. This means a lot. When an employee clearly knows that my boss has got my back, that in case I'm going through a challenge, I have someone I can who will understand me and who will bail me off. I remember many times my boss has called me. My son, how are you? Is everything okay? That call alone means a lot. Let this person know that you're watching out for them. You're really interested in knowing how they're faring. And really be assured that we know when you need one.
You can pass the mic.
So I think as an employee or as an employer, you should constantly educate yourself about mental health. Yes, because today we're talking about mental health. So you should constantly educate yourself, be in the know when it comes to issues of mental health. Let me just focus on journalists themselves. You know, it's estimated about 80% of you guys face traumatic events daily. Not just traumatic events, even daily stress factors that are associated with the occupation, such as harassment, crazy deadlines, like people threatening your lives, probably friction between you and the police boy, you and top management. All these things, when you're constantly exposed to these things, it's going to cause a lot of stress on your mind, on your mental health, and your employer should know all these things. People should be able to read and study and know the statistics and know their employees. If you can't know, at our company, our employees really try to know us personally. They engage, with their employees. This is something employers should know. You should be able to engage with your employees, know the step that they're in, because if they're not in a good state, then your company is going to fall. So every company should be able to introduce a system where their employees are able to seek counseling sessions. Maybe if the company is able to get their own counselor, that would work, yes? Whereby a person knows that in case I'm feeling this, they don't have to go look for a certain counselor, I don't know where. Maybe you don't even know counselors around, maybe you don't even know therapists around, but if your company has their own personal, their own counselor, and they let the employer lets the employees know that in case you're feeling down, in case you're feeling unwell with whatever it is that is going on, in case you feel like your mind is not functioning as it should, please go and seek help. And as an employer, you have to be able to understand. Do not constantly force duties on people who are not mentally healthy, because they're not going to deliver whatever it is that needs to be delivered. So I think employers should always be in the know. Educate yourself and what's it? Simi, yes. You see how Simi said a certain story and it was really good. You know, the boss was knowledgeable about the situation, because if it was a boss who didn't know this, them two would have made a team and, you know, start talking ill about that young girl who was facing anxiety. But he knew that anxiety is an actual problem, depression is an actual problem. You know, the same way someone can have a heart condition and seek help from a cardiologist, your mind can have problems and you need to seek help from people who are able to help you, like psychologists and psychotherapists. So that's why I think.
We appreciate you so much. Thank you so much. Here we look at major three things: values, principles, and attitude, both on the side of the employer and the employee. You know, we need to know the truth. These companies, they are not looking at you as an individual. They are looking at you, how valuable you are. So if you think maybe you're going to I'm this and this, but how valuable are you to my company? Are you easily replaced? How is it that maybe in a media company, some people are working, others are just neglected like that? It depends on you. What is your value as an individual? Before you go to a company, make sure you add value. You are a value addition to a company. They will handle you well because you are a resource. You're not going to demand salary, you're not going to demand for these free benefits, yet you can be just, you know, put aside that the company actually improves because you are a liability and an asset. So it starts with you as an individual. Also, we've had people, employees who are taking advantage of these people, most especially because of the current situation. Someone comes, although he's actually, but he won't take advantage because of his state of her state. Maybe he's financially incapable of something, and because of that, and that's why you see someone is able to work for 5 years, but it's as if he's in a prison. After getting money, I'm making my own company, I'm doing this, because there was no comfortable there. There were no principles. I think as employees, they also have principles. Good management. Put mechanisms of how we are going to handle these people. But what do? You find the human resource is the wife, a cashier is the girlfriend, the counselor is the wife, so we are no principles. In the case of anything, it is just a family issue. You find company issues that are discussed in the bedroom. So, and of course, there are other interferences. You get it? I had a guy yesterday who was like, you know what, I had a business of doing this business. I did all the donkey work there, but the girlfriend took everything from me. I had reached like 80%, but because he was a girlfriend, the contract was given to this person. You can just imagine a situation like that. So, principles. Let's have principles, even when we are doing whatever we are doing. It's not about relationship, it's not about principles, we follow principles. Because it's not about us or even about the generation to come and the whole nation. Everything is going down because we are lacking principles. You start at school, the whole family up to your last born is in that school. When you're in the staff room, you're talking about your Tenga in that village. The school is something else. You start a small business, you find on the business you're discussing your big issues because somehow, somewhere you related to all these people. So let us look at principles. Then also we look at attitude. We shouldn't employ experience. Let's employ attitude. Someone might not be experienced right now, but has the right attitude. And those are the people we need. For you, going to look at how Rosette has spent 15 years in maybe in counseling and what, but remember the world is running very fast. I might not be able to do the research Hagar is able to do. Let's look at the attitude. Because if we keep at the experience, maybe what you are going to remain behind. And that's why we are having all these challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for my panelists today. Would like to appreciate you for sharing the tips and really being open with us that usually it is us who are the problem and it starts with you. But back to the media professionals, it's really important to know when to take a break and know when you need help. This is not an issue we should joke about because it affects literally everything, the productivity, your family, everything. Yeah, would like to thank once again Mindbus and the partners for putting the first of its kind where we're talking about mental health ignored on several times. Once you understand there's a problem, I believe that's the beginning of finding solutions. We're going to take one or two questions before we call it a day. I see a hand. Have two? Any other person with a question?
Good afternoon. Sorry, I came in late, but my first question is going to go to you. Mostly, we're talking about journalists. You're not a journalist personally, but I know it's us to you. But I want to ask this. We normally talk about the youth, but do you also think about the soldiers? You think about the soldiers. Why I'm saying this, in other countries, soldiers normally have post-traumatic disorder. Normally they kill themselves. Why I'm doing this now is the case of Uganda, what's the journalist. I don't know if you really get the case of soldiers, like whenever there is a strike, there are soldiers, we always see how media people are treated. Even us, the other normal people were treated. Do you get any cases for soldiers? Or have you also talked to the military on the well-being of the soldiers? Maybe the other thing is, my other question will be, I like when you talked about the work, employee, employer, but right now most of us here are students. And if you would really help us, if we could prevent this within ourselves, you could get us rather than not us waiting for the working time and we start facing these issues, we start looking for help. Right now, it's us facing the issue. So, as students, we also need help. Maybe other thing, we require also peer counselor. Don't just give people, because people are really hard to approach. I'm telling you, because you need to come on board. It's really hard to approach.
Thank you very much. Meanwhile, journalists are more or less like soldiers, yeah? They're foot soldiers. So it addresses both.
I don't think I'll be the right person to talk about soldiers. However, with my 14 years of working in a mental institution, I've seen policemen breaking down mentally. I've seen soldiers breaking down. And currently, in the UPDF unit or department, or whatever it is, they have hospitals. And these hospitals, they recruit counselors, they recruit psychiatrists, they recruit psychologists, they recruit medical social workers, because they have to realize that these guys have issues that need to be addressed. Imagine going on a front line and you see people die in big numbers. Yet you're a human being. Even when you've gone through that training, just take out that inner humane in you. That I'm a human being and I'm seeing a human being die and in big numbers. And some go to monastery. So they break down as well. But in their department, they have all this incorporated in their work. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you very much. I think that paints the picture that mental health doesn't know who you are. I mean, you can be anyone and you still have the mental challenges. So it's important to look out for ourselves. I don't know if there are any questions in the chat on Zoom, or you have a question, please. You too? Okay, please come forward.
Thank you. I want to ask, when and how do I know I have a mental health problem?
I think those are the triggers, the triggers.
I think you're asking for like the signs and symptoms related to different kinds of mental health. Mental health is a very broad topic. There's so many mental health disorders. Though we would like, personally, I would like to narrow it down to the most common mental health disorders that have been identified in Uganda. There's an article that was released by the American Psychologists Association, whereby they ranked Uganda among the top 6 countries in Africa, with rates coming with rates in respect to depression and anxiety. Depression and anxiety in Uganda is really high, and unfortunately, most of the culprits are females. So if I'm to mention something like depression, Rosette say that psychiatrists use a certain criteria known as the DSM-5 to be able to diagnose you as somebody who has depression or anxiety or post-traumatic stress disorder or a bunch of other mental health disorders. But with depression, my colleague here had actually mentioned some of those symptoms. Yeah, there is whereby you have there is a change in your mood. There is a change in the way you normally are. Yes, some of them can be you have like a very deep sadness, where you cannot come out of it. You're just sad all the time. You try to avoid anything that is pleasurable in life that was once pleasurable to you, but you just don't find any pleasure in it anymore. Yeah, and you end up developing odd sleeping and eating disorders. You do not want to associate with colleagues. You do not want to be part of any social event. And then the big bomb is whereby you start getting suicidal thoughts. Yeah. And God forbid you actually go ahead and commit suicide. But then there's also people when you have tendencies of self-mutilation. There are people who release their pain through hurting themselves. I think the concept there is when you feel more pain, you try to forget the pain that is in your mind. Yes. So the people with eating disorders such as bulimia or anorexia, whereby you overeat or you don't eat at all. Yes. So there are so many signs and symptoms. Let's talk about people with a post-traumatic stress disorder. People with post-traumatic stress disorder tend to always relive these events in your mind, consciously or unconsciously. You keep on visiting that place in your mind all over again. And you try to avoid anything that tries to remind you of that thing, whether it be a person, a place, an object. You're actively trying to avoid anything that will remind you of that thing. Maybe even you just get outbursts, abnormal outbursts. Something small can trigger a very huge reaction, which is quite abnormal to whatever it is that is actually to the trigger. It's just somebody says probably a word that you don't like, and for some reason you want to pick them up. So your mood, just make sure you always are in touch with yourself. You have to know yourself. As a person, you can always tell that something is not right with you right now. So if you're in touch with yourself and you're not trying to avoid things, because the worst part is when you try to avoid the situation at hand, when you try to avoid the thing that is actually when you try to avoid the feelings that you have at the moment. Then good for you. You're able to identify it that you're not feeling well. Always find a way to seek help. There are so many different coping mechanisms which are not really positive. Yeah. So do not try to engage into reckless behaviors like drugs and alcohol, excessive alcohol intake, rampant sex. I mentioned earlier on self-medication and maybe overworking. Some people release this by just diving deeper into work. That is dangerous. You have to always find a way to release your stress before it actually results in. So just know yourself, and if you feel something is not right, you can always seek help from friends, family members who understand you. If you feel like nobody actually does understand you, or you do not want to express what you feel to somebody that you don't in fear of judgment, you can always approach health workers. You mentioned that you being a student. I believe universities and in every school, there's a counseling department. Don't you have a counselor here? Students, do you have a counselor in this place? No? That is something to be looked into. Because every school, every university, there has to be somebody who can help students manage whatever stresses they're going through. Because as a student, you have your own level of stress. When you become someone who has a job and an employer, parent, you have another level of stress. So somebody should be here, a counselor, somebody you can easily approach to be able to help you with whichever stresses that you're going through at this level.
Okay. Thank you so much. Oh, you have.
Thank you. Maybe let me take it like this. Human mind has three structures. That is the conscious mind, the subconscious, and the unconscious mind. As long as your unconscious mind, which is, we can term it as your soul, is injured, you have mental health problem. What is conscious is manageable. That's what we're talking about stress. You cannot say someone is stressed has a mental problem. No. But as time goes on, stress keeps on being embedded. It becomes depression. Depression goes to the subconscious mind. And in the long run, it is pushed to unconscious mind, where decision making takes place, where perception takes place, where memory and emotions take place. As long as something is pushed to unconscious, however small, you have a mental problem. Are we together? Maybe we shall elaborate more about because of time, but that is it. As long as something goes to your unconscious, you have a mental problem.
Thank you very much. It starts with you. It's you to look out for yourself, and after that, you can seek help. Please join me to appreciate our panelists for the elaborate submission. And I know that this is going to be amplified by the very people who, we were trying to devise solutions for the media. And I hope it gets the attention it deserves, and people seek the medication and medical care and the help they deserve. At least, you have something?
Ending this discussion, it looks like. I wanted to say that journalism and mental health it's a two-front discussion. Right now we are looking at how journalism affects the mental health of journalists. But then I think Mindwise should put up something like this again, where we can look at how media affects the mental health of the consumers. Because now you have to be able to understand how you can help us, consumers, keep our minds straight, with whatever information you give us, these stories or images. So I think that is another thing that should be seen.
I think that's something they can look into. Seeing us on social media, I see people always saying, when you watch Ugandan news, you're depressed, it's depressing. But imagine the people who are looking out for these depressing stories. It's even worse. But I can speak from a point of knowledge, because I go to the field, I cover these stories, I run away sometimes, because I don't want to do the same things. So for me, being here and listening to the experiences of other people made me realize that I'm actually not alone. It's something that even my colleagues go through, though they may not express it. I have a therapist that I go to occasionally, at least after every 3 months, unless in between there's an event that has affected me. That's something I also had to learn because I had issues with talking to people. Like, my business is my business, no one else should know. So opening up about these things, I believe more journalists will come out and realize that they need the help and be able to seek the help. I don't know if Ayuba has something to say.
I also want to say something in addition to what Dr. said, the media. Even when you guys are going around with your work, I want you to have this element of empathy within you. Because there are so many families that have been broken because of stories that have been read by the media. There are so many people who have lost their jobs because of media stories. People have committed suicide because of the media stories that have been written about them. I heard of a gentleman who sold his car cheaply just because he wanted to buy offers about him. Yeah, so the media is also playing a very big role in the increase of mental health cases worldwide. So my advice, my plea is, even as you're going about with your work, have this in your mind. How is this going to impact the other person that I'm writing about?
Okay. Hagai, you have, you're supposed to arrange another event, I don't know in how long, where we're going to talk about where mental health affects, where media affects mental health of the recipients of most of these products. At this juncture, I am going to allow my panelists take their seats, and we shall have Hagai, we shall have your closing remarks and allow people both physically here and those online to be able to go about with their other business. This is the executive director of Mindverse, the people behind this whole event. Thank you.
Thank you, Olivia. First of all, I want to thank everyone that took their time out of the busy schedules and attended this event. We are very happy that you did. So May is the Mental Health Awareness Month, and one of the services Mindverse provides is mental health education and awareness, because we believe that knowledge is power, and knowledge about mental health is self-empowerment, because this is the knowledge you need for your own good, but also for the people around you. So this event was a commemoration of the month, celebrating the need for mental health services. And also, we want to thank Victoria University, from the students' body all the way to the top management, for hosting us and also availing their students' body an opportunity to learn from a very experienced panel in knowledge and practice. We are very grateful. And to our esteemed panelists, I know some have already left because of the schedules. But for those that are still around, especially because for me, as a mental health practitioner, I'm a social worker by profession, so I understand the work the people in the last panel do. I relate it, it's personal for me, so I really appreciate your input, and the information you shared is very vital to the complete package, from the time we started in the morning to what you just shared. It's very important, and we are very grateful. Going forward, as I said, this is part of the package of services we provide as Mindverse. So we have other services. We build wellness portals for employers, for their employees. what they call employee assessment programs. So we build those wellness portals. We also train mental health first aiders. So, but this is the core, educating the people, the public, our clients. This is the core, so we are very happy for everyone that turned out, that participated, that learned. Please share the information you've gotten today with your friends and networks. Make sure that you follow our social media pages. It's Mindverse everywhere, Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook, for more updates. For more updates, you can follow us, and we will also be providing information to our future events and engagements. I want to give a special thanks to our sponsors and partners. I already mentioned the university, Victoria University, but I also want to thank Miasoft. Miasoft is a tech company, and today they were in charge of the IT of the whole event. Epignosis Rehabilitation Center, which is a partnering treatment facility. It's located in Interior, so wherever you see Mindverse, there is Epignosis Rehabilitation Center. So we work together, do the work we do. Ataraxis, which is a sister company too. Ataraxis is a tech-based mental health service provider. So you can also check out their website. Soon they are going to be unveiling an app that brings mental health services closer to the users. So soon you can follow their socials at Ataraxis for that information. Rocket Health, who are the staff that works with Dr. Nelsa. We thank you very much for your input in this event. It was very helpful. I want to thank Switch Media. It's also a sister company in terms of production media. Also Great Habib Group. Those are also a very big part of the family at Mindverse. They have so much work they do in different fields and industries, but we also want to thank them. And Mercy Foundation and the Gender and Social Affairs Club at the university here. I want to thank personally Rosette, Ayub, people that I learned so much from personally and professionally for your time. I was mentored by this man here. He's my mentor, so I'm very proud that he was here today. And we are very grateful to everyone. Horace, I see you still around. Someone that is very close to my heart. So, Mindverse and all its partners are very grateful for everyone that attended, first of all, but also put in active input. Thank you very much, guys.
If we're in church, the priest would say, go forth and spread the word of God, right? But since we've been talking about mental health, and I'm not a priest, but I will borrow their words. I'll just say, let's go forth and spread the word about mental well-being. Thank you so much for attending. Departure is at will, but you're also comfortable to network with our guests today.